Thus, because of the complexity of the power block, we can more easily locate its relation to alliance. In fact, its typical configuration, which corresponds to a form of state, allows a series of variations to manifest themselves in, e.g., displacements of the threshold of demarcation between alliance and power block within the very limits of its typical configuration. According to these displacements, for example, an allied class may cross this threshold and become part of the power block, or, vice versa, a member of the power block may alter its status and become an allied class or fraction. When the displacements of this threshold are situated within the above-mentioned limits, they do not as a general rule entail a transformation of the form of state. But when these displacements are due to a combined transformation of the factors producing the power block, they do entail such a transformation. To supplement these concepts of power block and alliance, Marx employs another concept which covers a particular category of relations between the classes of the power block and other classes. These are the classes by which a form of capitalist state is supported. Typical examples of these supporting classes are the small-holding peasantry and the lumpenproletariat in the framework of Bonapartism, and the petty bourgeoisie at the end of the first period of the parliamentary republic. The support is differentiated from the power block, as well as from the alliance, by the nature of the contradictions between the power block and the allied classes and the supporting classes, and, by the nature of the unity between the power block and the allied classes and the supporting classes. The particular status of supporting classes or supporting fractions of classes has the following characteristics. 1. The support which they give to a determinate class's domination is generally not based on any real political sacrifice of the interests of the power block and of the allied classes in their favor. Their support, which is indispensable to this class domination, is based primarily on a process of ideological illusions. Marx demonstrates this in the case of the small-holding peasantry, whose vital support for the Bonapartist state is based on a whole ideological context relying on tradition and on the origins of Louis Bonaparte. The Bonapartist state, supported by these peasants, did not take any appreciable political measure in favor of their particular interests. It simply took certain measures of a compromise sort so as to continue to feed this ideological illusion at the base of this political support. 2. The particular support of the supporting classes is due to the fear, whether real or imaginary, of the power of the working class. In this case, the support is, of course, based neither on a community of interest stemming from real mutual sacrifices, nor on an ideological illusion concerning this sacrifice, but on the political factor of the struggle of the working class. This factor is an essential element in the unity of the power block or in the unity of alliances of class domination, and it also becomes essential in the case of the supporting classes. It is the exclusive factor in their support for classes which eventually attack their interests, although to a lesser degree, real or supposed, than the working class would have done. The ideological illusion is not here concerned principally with the attitude of the state or of the dominant classes, but with the proletariat's attitude towards them. A typical case is the status of the petty bourgeoisie in certain conjunctures. These factors which produce the support of the supporting classes and the nature of the contradictions which separate them from the classes of the power block and allied classes influence the nature of their unity with these latter. This unity does not as a general rule manifest itself in immediate class relations but operates through the intermediary of the state. The supporting classes' relation to the power block and to the allied classes manifests itself less as a relation of political class unity than as support for a determinate form of state. Ideological illusion, which is all important in the case of the supporting classes, takes on the particular political form of power fetishism of which Lenin spoke. This is the belief in a state above the class struggle which could serve their interests against those in the power block and allied classes, and the belief in a state as guardian of the status quo, as a barrier to the conquest of power by the working class. In both these cases, the particular ideological masking of the nature and function of the state, as well as of its role as mediator between the supporting classes and the power block and the allied classes, depends on the degree of political underdetermination, characteristic of the supporting classes, and on their incapacity to achieve an autonomous political organization because of their specific place in the process of production. Their political organization goes through the direct mediation of the state, as in the classical case of the small-holding peasantry, and often of the petty bourgeoisie. In other words, the cleavage between the power bloc and the alliance and the support, is also exhibited in the supporting classes' incapacity to achieve autonomous political organization. In this sense, Marx said of the classes of small producers that they cannot represent themselves, they must be represented. Their representative must at the same time appear as their master, as an authority over them, as an unlimited governmental power that protects them against other classes and sends them rain and sunshine from above. Thus we can observe a whole series of complex relations depending on the concrete conjuncture between the classes and fractions of the power bloc, the allied classes or fractions and the supporting classes or fractions. The modifications of alliances and supports do not, however, generally correspond to a modification of the form of state in the framework of the periodization into stages, except when they are combined with modifications of constituent factors of the configuration of the power bloc. Political periodization, the political scene, ruling classes, classes in charge of the state. It is evident that these pointers provided by Marx are of vital importance for any concrete study of the relations between the political state superstructure and the field of the class struggle. However, the concepts just clarified must be supplemented by a series of other concepts which refer to a different periodization and space. The concept of the power bloc will emerge more clearly in this way. In fact, this concept is related to the general periodization of a formation into stages. Along with the concept of form of state, it covers the political level as related to the ensemble of the instances of a formation in a determinate stage and as characterized by a particular articulation of these instances. This periodization, marked by the relation between the time sequences peculiar to each level, is distinct from the periodization concerning the specific time sequence of the political level. The first periodization defines a stage's limits, as fixed at a determinate level of structures and practices, the second marks the particular rhythm of this level within these limits. But the time sequence of a level depends on its own particular structures. This second periodization, particular to the political level, depends on the specific structures of this level in a determinate formation. In the 18th Brumaire, Marx himself clearly brings out the distinction between these two periodizations. On the first he says, three main periods are unmistakable: the February period, May 4, 1848, to May 28, 1849, the period of the Constitution of the Republic, or of the Constituent National Assembly, May 28, 1849, to December 2, 1851, the period of the Constitutional Republic or of the Legislative National Assembly. 30. This is the precise periodization covered in the structures by the concept of the form of state, and in the field of the practices of the dominant classes, by the concept of the power bloc. This general periodization is, however, to be distinguished from another one, as Marx shows in the following remarks on the period of the Constitutional Republic, which naturally divides into three main periods, namely 1. May 28, 1849, to June 13, 1849. Struggle of the petty bourgeoisie with the bourgeoisie and with Bonaparte. Defeat of the petty bourgeois democracy. 2. June 13, 1849, to May 31, 1850. Parliamentary dictatorship of the Party of Order. It completes its rule by abolishing universal suffrage, but loses the parliamentary ministry. 3. May 31, 1850, to December 2, 1851. Struggle between the parliamentary bourgeoisie and Bonaparte. Passing of the parliamentary regime and of bourgeois rule. 31. In the structures, this periodization is covered by the concept of forms of regime, whose transformations cannot be directly related to those modifications of the relation between the political and economic which mark the transformations of forms of state. They relate rather to the structures peculiar to the capitalist state, to the coordinates of the system of party representation, to the institution of suffrage, etc. More important here, however, are the concepts applied by Marx to the study of the specifically political periodization in the field of the practices of the dominant classes. It should be noted that Marx circumscribes the particular space of the field assigned to this second periodization. He calls this space the political scene. This expression covers a particular space at the level of political class practices in the formations studied by him. From a study of the whole range of his political texts, it is apparent that this space precisely contains the struggle between social forces organized in political parties. The metaphors of presence in the political scene, of the place of a class in this scene, etc., are constantly related to the modalities of class representation by parties and to the relations between the political parties. The entry and the exit of a class in the political scene depend on the concrete conjuncture which determines its organization of power and its relations to the parties. It is moreover precisely in this context that the relations which Marx establishes between the political scene and universal suffrage must be situated. This suffrage precipitates the formation of numerous classes in the political scene, precisely because, in the concrete circumstances studied by Marx, it constitutes one of the factors contributing to the organization of certain classes into parties. However, in marking off this new space of the political scene, we pose certain theoretical problems, notably that of its relation to the space of political practices in general. In fact, the existence of a class or fraction as a distinct class or autonomous fraction, i.e. as a social force, presupposes its presence at the political level in pertinent effects. However, this presence at the level of political practices is distinct from presence on the political scene. This latter presupposes a class's organizational power, as distinct from its political practice. Lenin makes this distinction in his concept of open or declared action, and this concept also existed in the practical state for Marx, who termed it true action. Although the open action of social forces is not identical with the concept of political practice, we can say that in capitalist formations the political scene is a privileged place in which the open action of social forces can take place by means of their representation by parties. So the space of the political scene has a very precise function for Marx. It is the place in which we can observe a series of dislocations between the classes' political interests and practices, and their representation by parties and the political parties themselves. The political scene, as the particular field of the political party's action, is often dislocated in relation to the political practices and to the terrain of political interests of the classes, represented by the parties in the political scene. This dislocation is thought by Marx through his problematic of representation. The exact delimitation of the political scene has numerous consequences. For example, it allows us to establish the fundamental relations between the forms of regime and the field of action of the parties. We shall see later that the principal factor of a typology of forms of regime 32 is the relation of these forms of regime to the concrete action of the political parties in the field of the political scene. As was the case with the relations between the forms of state and the power bloc, the forms of regime are related to a concrete configuration of relations between parties of the dominant classes in the political scene. 33 At this point we can show the usefulness of the concept of power bloc in the relations between the dominant classes and the action of these classes' parties on the political scene. The power bloc of a stage sets the limits of the various relations of the parties, relations which mark the rhythm of that stage in the political scene. These relations correspond to a form of regime, itself situated within the limits posed by the form of state corresponding to the power bloc. The power bloc and the relations determined by it between the dominant classes and fractions thus allows us to locate and decipher the real significance of the strictly party relations within a stage, and after that to decipher their dislocation from political class relations. In fact, anyone who restricts himself to the field of the political scene in order to determine class relations, reduces them to party relations alone and is inevitably led to errors which derive from a misunderstanding of these dislocations. For example, we often have to deal with situations in which a political class disappears from the political scene, although it remains in the power bloc. This can be due to its party's electoral defeat, to the disintegration of this party in the field of the political scene, or to its exclusion from having party-type relations with the other parties of the dominant classes. However, This absence of a class or fraction from the political scene does not directly mean that it is excluded from the power block. There are many cases in which a class or fraction is absent from the periodization of the political scene, but continues to be present in the periodization of the power block. Such examples are plentiful in Marx's political works, the most characteristic being that of the industrial bourgeoisie under Louis Philippe. Marx emphasized the importance of this case by clearly distinguishing between politically dominant classes or fractions, which are part of the power block, and ruling classes or fractions, whose political parties occupy the dominant places on the political scene. This dislocation between the place of a class or fraction in the field of political practices and its place in the political scene is of course accompanied by a series of transformations with respect to its party representation. These transformations relate to the composition of the parties, to the relations between them, to their degree of representativity, etc. The class or fraction's political interests are represented, certainly in a distorted way, by the parties of other ruling classes or fractions, so the above-mentioned transformations can be revealed only by elucidating the dislocations between political practice and the political scene. In this dislocation, the role of ideology becomes decisive. Furthermore, the displacements within the field of political practices are not the same as those within the political scene. A displacement of the index of hegemony from one class or fraction to another in the power block does not necessarily involve displacements of party representation in the political scene. It does not, for example, necessarily correspond to a movement from the background to the foreground of the scene. Further, it is possible for the hegemonic class or fraction in the power block to be absent from the political scene. The dislocation between politically dominant classes or fractions and ruling classes or fractions is here translated by a distinction between the actual hegemonic class or fraction and the ruling class or fraction. This is so, for example, in the bourgeoisie towards the end of the Bismarckian regime. The hegemonic class or fraction which in the last analysis holds political power should also not be confused with the class or fraction which is in charge of the state apparatus. According to Marx, this latter class or fraction is the one from which the political, bureaucratic, military, etc., personnel is recruited and which occupies the heights of the state. This analysis is schematically presented in Marx's texts on the landed aristocracy in Britain, in which he states: the Whigs are the aristocratic representatives of the bourgeoisie, of the industrial and commercial middle class. Under the condition that the bourgeoisie should abandon to them, to an oligarchy of aristocratic families, the monopoly of government and the exclusive possession of office, they make to the middle class, and assist it in conquering, all those concessions, which in the course of social and political development have shown themselves to have become unavoidable and undeniable. The interests and principles which they represent besides, from time to time, do not belong to the Whigs, they are forced upon them by the development of the industrial and commercial class, the bourgeoisie. 34. It is sufficient for the moment to remark that these hegemonic classes or fractions, ruling classes or fractions, and classes or fractions in charge are sometimes identical and sometimes distinct. The hegemonic class or fraction may be both ruling and in charge of the state, but the ruling class or fraction may be in charge of the state without thereby being hegemonic. This was so in Britain after 1832, where the landed aristocracy occupied the political scene and provided the top bureaucratic military personnel, whereas the bourgeoisie held hegemony. In this case, the landed aristocracy is the ruling class in the form of the Tory party. Here Marx even uses the term governing class instead of ruling class, in stating that in England the governing class did not at all coincide with the class directing the state. The governing class was also the class in charge of the state, in the form of the Whig party. In fact, Marx is here talking about different fractions of the landed aristocracy. The concrete combination, which is not a simple comminatory, may go as far as a complete decentration of these three positions, each of which can be occupied by a different class or fraction. The ruling class or fraction may not only not be hegemonic, but even on occasion may not be part of the power block. A class whose status is merely that of being allied to this bloc may for a brief period be the ruling class. The clearest example of this is provided by the radical governments of the Third Republic in France before the 1914 war. The financial fraction was hegemonic and shared with the industrial fraction the place of the class in charge, while the petty bourgeoisie, in a complex alliance with the middle bourgeoisie, appeared as the ruling class. 35 This sometimes occurs, although always with the petty bourgeoisie, in certain cases of social democrat governments, especially in France. In this case, a characteristic dislocation between this class and its party representation is generally found. Its party plays the role of clerk for the hegemonic class or fraction, or even for another class or fraction in the power block. The same holds for the class in charge of the state. At a later stage we shall go more deeply into the numerous problems posed by this dislocation between political practice and the political scene. I shall here summarize the preceding analyses by pointing out that it is vital to mark the limits between political class practices and the political scene. In making this distinction, we are opposing a double confusion in contemporary political science which reduces class relations to party relations and party relations to class relations. In following this distinction through logically, all relevant concepts must be specified so as to designate the relations between the elements on both these terrains. Thus the concept of power block has as its object the field of political class practices, so it enables us to elucidate the relations between the dominant classes which underlie and set the limits to the relations between the parties on the political scene. These class relations are often masked by the numerous variables of party relations. It is true that we sometimes use specific concepts which cover the two terrains. This is the case with the concept of ruling class or fraction, which covers the role of the hegemonic class or fraction in the political scene. We can note once again the case of the concept of block of parties, which often covers the relations between the parties of the classes and fractions of the power block in the political scene. Sometimes, however, we encounter non-specified concepts, such as that of alliance. In using such a concept, it is useful to make clear whether we are talking of a class alliance or a party alliance. Otherwise we can agree to use different terms, e.g. to reserve the term alliance for class relations and to speak of an entente to indicate party relations. In fact, the dislocation between these two terrains constantly appears in all the concrete relations of their elements. For example, on the political scene the power block can give rise to a block of parties, to an alliance of parties, or even to an open and declared struggle between the parties. See e.g. the frequently encountered case of a parliamentary opposition party which in fact represents a class or fraction of the power block. Conversely, a party entente may mask an intense struggle in the field of political practices. See the frequently encountered case of certain exclusively electoral ententes. A final remark should be made concerning the relations between the two periodizations which cover respectively the political and the political scene. The distinction between them cannot be reduced to a question of chronology, e.g. to considering the periodization of the political as a periodization of long duration, and that of the political scene as one of short duration. The distinction between them in fact depends on a difference of field, and it is only by starting from the theoretical distinction between these periodizations that we can understand the chronological divergences. For example, a party entente may last longer than a class alliance, insofar as a class may maintain its agreement with another through the intermediary of its party on the political scene, even though they have effectively broken their alliance in the field of the class struggle. This is equally clear with respect to political structures. A form of regime may effectively outlast a form of state. 4. The unity of power and the relative autonomy of the capitalist state. 1. The problem as theoretically posed by the Marxist classics. In this section I shall deal with one of the most important characteristics of the capitalist type of state, one which has given rise to numerous controversies and misinterpretations. This is the question of the unity proper to institutionalized political power and its relative autonomy. These notions of unity and autonomy do not of course as such appear to be sufficiently rigorous for use in the treatment of scientific problems. Though they are habitually employed in Marxist theory, they have often only had the function of preventing theorists from making a deeper analysis of these questions. In fact, no one should be allowed to use these notions unless their meaning is precisely specified, This is what I shall attempt to do throughout this chapter. In order to pin down these ideas, I shall start by making some preliminary working definitions, indicating the problems covered by them in Marxist theory. Point 1. A. By the unity proper to institutionalized political power, I mean that particular feature of the capitalist state which makes the institutions of state power present a specific internal cohesion. This cohesion can be perceived in its effects. As an approximate statement at this stage, we can say that it is that which prevents the relations between the classes or fractions of a power block and a fortiori between these latter and the allied or supporting classes and fractions, from being based on a parcelization, division, or sharing of the institutionalized power of the state. This feature appears to be peculiar to the capitalist state. The preceding types of state, whose relation to the economic is radically different from that of the capitalist state, did not present this specific coherence of an autonomized juridico-political superstructure. Their institutions consisted of a compartmentalized plurality of power centers of a politico-economic kind, and in them class relations were often based on a sharing of these centers. B. Nor by relative autonomy of this type of state do I mean a direct relation between its structures and the relations of production. I mean rather the state's relation to the field of the class struggle, in particular its relative autonomy vis-a-vis the classes and fractions of the power block, and by extension vis-a-vis its allies or supports. The expression is found in the Marxist classics. It covers the general functioning of the state in the case in which the political forces present are prepared to balance each other. I use it here in a sense which is at once both wider and narrower than this, in order to denote a functioning which is specific to the capitalist state. By this usage, I hope clearly to mark the gap which separates this conception of the state from a simplistic and vulgarized conception which sees in the state the tool or instrument of the dominant class. Our task therefore is to grasp the specific functioning of the capitalist type of state relative to preceding types of state, and to show that the conception of the state in general as a simple tool or instrument of the dominant class, erroneous even in its generality, is particularly useless for grasping the functioning of the capitalist state. I shall also add that in what follows a correlation between these two characteristics of the capitalist type of state is observable. It presents a relative autonomy vis-a-vis the dominant classes and fractions, but it does this exactly to the extent that it possesses its own peculiar unity as a specific level of the CMP and of a capitalist formation. At the same time it possesses this institutionalized unity insofar as it is relatively autonomous from these classes or fractions, i.e. because of the function which devolves upon it vis-a-vis these classes or fractions. These remarks are even more important because the whole historicist school of Marxism, with its invariable duo voluntarism/economism, has firmly established this relation between the unity of institutionalized political power and its function vis-a-vis the dominant classes and fractions, but it has interpreted this relation wrongly. This school ultimately sees in the state the product of a subject, usually of the dominant class/subject, whose mere tool of domination, manipulable at will, it is. The unity of the state is hence related to a presupposed unity of the will of the dominant class with regard to which the state presents no autonomy. The state, unified by this class's single will for domination, is merely its inert tool. This immediately entails the following conclusion: as soon as one admits a relative autonomy of the state from the dominant class, this is immediately interpreted as a rupture of the unity of institutionalized political power, as a fragmentation and division of this power of which the working class could conquer an autonomous part. Another conclusion, based on a flagrant theoretical inconsistency, is that the capitalist state is at once the simple clerk of the dominant class and also a conglomeration of lots which are waiting only to become the prey of the working class. To conclude these introductory remarks, I have already indicated the relation which exists between the capitalist state and the ensemble of the levels of structures of the CMP by pointing out the capitalist state's particular function of being the factor of unity in a capitalist formation, composed of specific and relatively autonomous levels. I shall approach the problem here not by directly examining the state's relations to the other instances but rather its relations to the field of the class struggle, in particular, the field of the political class struggle. It must never be forgotten that this latter relation reflects the relation between the instances, for it is its effect, and that the state's relation to the political class struggle concentrates within it the relation of the structural levels to the field of class practices. In other words, the unity of power characteristic of the state, related to its role in the class struggle, is the reflection of its role of unity vis-a-vis the instances, and its relative autonomy vis-a-vis the politically dominant classes or fractions is the reflection of the relative autonomy of the instances of a capitalist formation. In short, this unity and autonomy of the capitalist type of state is related to the specificity of its structures in their relation to the political class struggle, which is relatively autonomous vis-a-vis the economic class struggle. Marx and Engels studied and analyzed these characteristics of the capitalist state in their political works. But two preliminary remarks should be made concerning these works. A. On these problems at least, these texts are not always explicit. Moreover, as was the case with the power block, Marx and Engels often analyze historical realities by explicitly referring to notions insufficient for their explanation. These texts contain valuable guidelines, so long as the necessary scientific concepts contained in them are deciphered, concepts which are either absent, or, as is more commonly the case, are present in the practical state. B. The ambiguities of these texts must be recalled. Despite appearances, they are not simply historical analyses of concrete phenomena in a determinate formation, but they also contain a theoretical reflection on the political forms of the CMP. If we refer for example to Marx's texts on the 1848-52 period in France, we find that Lenin already saw them as representing, in a concentrated form, the transformations undergone by the capitalist state. By this, Lenin meant that these texts are an attempt at the theoretical construction of the concept of the capitalist state. Reading the texts from this angle, we can decipher in the concrete historical forms of the French social formation studied by Marx and in the various steps of transformation of the political forms, the constitutive characteristics of the concept of the capitalist state. In this reading we are not aiming to construct a type of state by making a generalization from historical data, i.e. from the concrete political forms described by Marx. We are aiming rather to relate ourselves to the concept of the capitalist state, which is quite a different enterprise. It is by means of this concept that we can understand the historical transformations analyzed by Marx in a concentrated form. In doing this we must never forget the fragmentary and schematic character of these analyses which provide us only with theoretical indications. In short, if capital provides us implicitly with the conceptual characteristics of the capitalist state as analyzed above, the political works provide us with those of the unity and relative autonomy of this type of state. Having said this, we shall approach the problem of Bonapartism, which is all important in this respect. Marx and Engels' texts concerning Bonapartism contain in the first place the analysis of a concrete political phenomenon in a determinate formation. However, parallel to this, Marx and Engels systematically conceive Bonapartism not simply as a concrete form of the capitalist state, but as a constitutive theoretical characteristic of the very type of capitalist state. This was expressed in a letter by Engels to Marx, on April 13, 1866. Bonapartism is after all the real religion of the modern bourgeoisie. It is becoming ever clearer to me that the bourgeoisie has not the stuff in it for ruling directly itself, and that therefore, a Bonapartist semi-dictatorship is the normal form. It upholds the big material interests of the bourgeoisie but allows the bourgeoisie no part in the power of government. Point 2. Engels returns to this point in the famous foreword to the third edition of the 18th Brumaire, in which he considers France to be equally representative of the CMP, with respect to political forms, as Britain is with respect to the economic. This conception is also contained implicitly in Marx's own 1869 preface to the 18th Brumaire, where he opposes Bonapartism as the political form of the modern class struggle in general to the political forms of formations dominated by modes of production other than the capitalist mode. Lastly, I hope that my work will contribute towards eliminating the school-taught phrase, now current, particularly in Germany, of so-called Caesarism. In this superficial historical analogy the main point is forgotten, namely, that in ancient Rome the class struggle took place only within a privileged minority, between the free rich and the free poor, while the great productive mass of the population, slaves, formed the purely passive pedestal for these combatants. With so complete a difference between the material, economic conditions of the ancient and modern class struggles, the political figures produced by them can likewise have no more in common with one another than the Archbishop of Canterbury has with the High Priest Samuel. 3. So, in referring to these texts we must always sort out the two readings which are possible of them and distinguish between that which relates to the concrete historical phenomenon of Bonapartism in France and that which relates to Bonapartism as a constitutive characteristic of the capitalist type of state. One of the essential characteristics of Bonapartism in the second sense is the relative autonomy of the state vis-a-vis the dominant classes or fractions, and it is precisely from this angle that Marx and Engels consider it. But what is the schema used by Marx and Engels to explain Bonapartism? They most frequently have recourse to a general explanation of the state's relative autonomy when the classes in struggle are close to equilibrium. In this sense, Marx says in the Civil War in France that Bonapartism is explained by that moment when the bourgeoisie had already lost, the working class had not yet gained, the ability to govern the nation. This is even clearer in Engels's works. On the question of Bonapartism, he himself resorts to the general explanation admitted by Marxism of the relative autonomy of the state in the case of an equilibrium of social forces present, and because of this he has a tendency to assimilate such different phenomena as the absolutist state, Bismarckism, and Bonapartism. It is however important to point out that Bonapartism, as a historical phenomenon, concerns the state of a social formation in which the dominance of the CMP is already consolidated. So, as opposed to the absolutist state of the transition period, we are concerned here with a political form belonging to the phase of expanded reproduction, and Bismarckism is a different phenomenon again. And it is because of this that in making his concrete study of Bonapartism, Marx initiates a reflection on the capitalist type of state. It is clear that to explain the relative autonomy of the Bonapartist state as a constituent characteristic of the capitalist type of state, by reference to a situation of equilibrium between the social forces in struggle, is totally insufficient. What is more, it is even insufficient to explain the concrete phenomenon of Bonapartism in France. It somehow looks as though Marx and Engels refer to their only theoretically elaborated conception of the relative autonomy of the state in order to explain facts for which this conception proves insufficient. But in fact a deeper reading of the texts shows that in the case of Bonapartism in France, Marx in no way admits an equilibrium between the bourgeois and the working classes in the sense, for example, in which we can speak of an equilibrium between the feudal and the bourgeois classes in the very last period of the Ancien Regime. The working class, disorganized by the events of 1848, not only does not maintain a situation of equilibrium of forces with the bourgeoisie, but even disappears from the scene. The principal contradiction is displaced and is concentrated between the bourgeoisie and the petty bourgeoisie and the peasantry, but this does not mean that we can speak of an equilibrium between these forces either. In his texts on French Bonapartism, Lenin also follows the schema of explanation. 4 Gramsci's position alone is more advanced on this point, although he fails to reach the root of the problem. In his important text on Caesarism, he attempts to mark out this specific political phenomenon by situating it in relation to the various types of state. In this way, he sees in Napoleon Hill's Bonapartism a particular form of Caesarism, situated in the framework of the capitalist state. He does not attempt to consider Bonapartism, from the theoretical point of view, as characteristic of the capitalist type of state. The fact that Bonapartism belongs to the state enables him to concretize that phenomenon as a particular form of Caesarism. He relates Caesarism, as a specific political phenomenon, not just to any equilibrium of the social forces present, but to a particular equilibrium grasped by his concept of catastrophic equilibrium, which produces political crises. Caesarism can be said to express a situation in which the forces in conflict balance each other in a catastrophic manner, that is to say, in such a way that a continuation of the conflict can only terminate in their reciprocal destruction. 5. These important remarks are close to those of Marx, who relates French Bonapartism to that particular equilibrium of forces when the bourgeoisie had already lost the opportunity of governing the nation, while the working class had not yet acquired it. However, while it is true that this particular catastrophic equilibrium leads to the specific phenomenon of Caesarism, it is equally true that it cannot explain the concrete historical phenomenon of French Bonapartism. That Gramsci is in fact very aware of this is evident from the precautions which he takes in explaining French Bonapartism, which is in no way reducible to this political crisis of catastrophic equilibrium. The catastrophic phase may be brought about by a momentary political deficiency of the traditional dominant force, and not by any necessarily insuperable organic deficiency. This was true in the case of Napoleon III. The existing social form had not yet exhausted its possibilities for development, as subsequent history abundantly demonstrated. Napoleon III represented these latent and imminent possibilities. His Caesarism therefore has a particular coloration. There was no passage from one type of state to another, but only evolution of the same type along unbroken lines. 6. The French Bonapartist state's relative autonomy vis-à-vis the dominant classes or fractions can be understood only from the fact that this concrete form belongs to the capitalist type of state, a state which presents this relative autonomy as a constitutive feature of its concept. So this feature stems from the relation between the state and the specific characteristics of the class struggle in the CMP and in a capitalist social formation. This relation sets the limits which circumscribe the concrete action of this struggle on the state. This autonomy exists even in the situation where there is neither an equilibrium in the general sense nor a catastrophic equilibrium of social forces, the source of the principal contradiction. That means that this autonomy, which is inscribed as a possibility within the institutional play of the capitalist state, and whose variations and modalities of realization depend on the concrete conjuncture of the social forces, can neither be reduced to the general schema of equilibrium of these forces, nor to the catastrophic schema which underlies the particular phenomenon of Caesarism. In this chapter I shall examine the reasons for, and the precise meaning of this autonomy, of which Marx gives some indications in his political works. This is not to say that the autonomy of the capitalist type of state excludes the possibility that, in a historical form of this type, autonomy due to the general or catastrophic equilibrium of forces may function. It should be clearly seen that in the relation of the state to the field of the class struggle these autonomies are not of the same order. In the case of an equilibrium of the social forces present, as Engels says, the state can effectively perform the role of arbitrating between these forces. On the other hand, that autonomy which is constitutive of the capitalist type of state, in its limiting relation to the specific characteristics of the class struggle in the CMP, cannot as such be understood in terms of arbitration. While these modes of relative autonomy can be combined in a concrete form of the capitalist state, they can also be contradictory. As we shall see, the relative autonomy of a form of the state, resulting from an equilibrium between the social forces present, may threaten its function vis-à-vis the dominant classes and fractions, and hence the mode of relative autonomy which devolves upon it because it belongs to the capitalist type of state. 2. Some misinterpretations and their consequences. General political theory. Before getting to the root of the problem, it is useful to stress its importance, by noting the confusions issuing from certain contemporary conceptions of the state and political power. These currents of thought have been formulated mainly outside or on the fringe of Marxist thought, but through the medium of European social democracy, they have often influenced working-class strategy in Europe. They often have implicit repercussions on the Marxist theory of the state. I shall also point out certain distortions of Marxist theory which take the opposite view from these currents. Although they continue to admit the same theoretical principles, they thereby move away from the scientific standard of the Marxist theory of the state, in particular concerning the problem of the state's own unity and relative autonomy. While it is difficult systematically to classify such apparently diverse theories currently presented in an edifyingly syncretic form, it is at least possible to establish a common thematic. To do this, it is sufficient to read a series of very revealing correlations across the variants. These correlations appear to be a. Underestimation of the political. It loses its specificity as the relatively autonomous level of social structures and practices. In other words, there is no scientific concept of the relation between the economic and political, which, as the invariable matrix of the CMP and of a capitalist formation, governs the variations of this relation in the various stages and phases of this formation. The failure to recognize this relation appears theoretically in two forms: the dissolution of the political into the economic and the absorption of the economic into the political. b. Lack of a conception of the unity of state power and of political power in general. Instead, we find a series of conceptions of a parceling out of institutionalized political power into a pluralism of powers/counterpowers, of veto groups, of decision-making centers, etc. See either lack of a conception of the relative autonomy of political power, which is seen as the booty which the many bearers of these parceled out powers share out amongst themselves, or the misinterpretation of this autonomy, as, for instance, the conception of the strong state as arbitrator or of the state as susceptible to a socialist revolution from above. D. Lack of the conception of the class struggle or the misinterpretation of the theory of the political class struggle. In addition, we may refer to the epistemological principles of these theories, which are apparently of somewhat diverse origins. Formulated in their modern shape, they go back to Veblen's and Common's original conceptions of institutionalism and to the neo-corporatist conceptions of the state which took shape in Germany after the Weimar Republic. Afterwards, of course, they assumed very diverse forms and were more or less modernized by being channeled into several theoretical and political currents. They were most often inserted into the various contemporary conceptions of the so-called transformations of capitalist society. In this way, their origins have been obscured with time. I make this relatively precise reference to their origins for the two following reasons. A. To show that a very old ideological function is hidden underneath their modern form, which stems from the so-called transformations of society. This function consists of the masking of the class characteristics of institutionalized political power. Thus, it is not accidental that these contemporary theoretical and political forms blend with the principles and conclusions of their decrepit origins. These ancient forms had identical repercussions on the European social democratic current before the Second World War as they have on present-day social democracy. B. To show how they pose with particular clarity the problems of the capitalist state's own unity and relative autonomy. The characteristics common to these theoretical principles can be traced back to the Hegelian origin of German neo-corporatist conceptions. These have been continued in the contemporary corporatist current, resulting in profound repercussions on the functionalist school, as can be seen clearly in most contemporary theories of the welfare state. 1. I shall spend no further time on this point. It will be sufficient to recall the relation between the historicist problematic and functionalism. In dealing with the problem of the unity and relative autonomy of the capitalist state, these currents ultimately relate to the problematic of the central subject and cannot therefore admit the structuring of a social ensemble into specific levels, each with its own efficacy. All unity, whether of a particular level or of the ensemble of the social system, is related to a totality of the Gestalt type, i.e. to a simple and circular totality consisting of homogeneous and equivalent elements. The unity and relation of these elements are based on the originating subject, the center of totalization. The series of above-mentioned correlations can be located within this problematic in the various forms subsequently assumed by these theories. A. Lack of the scientific concept of the class struggle. Instead, there are relations of integration between certain groups, ensembles, constellations of interest, etc. in a social subject system. B. In this context, the state's institutionalized political power cannot be grasped according to its status as a specific level of the social system. The notion of institution accepted by these currents makes this apparent. Moreover, this notion presents a characteristic confusion and is replaced indiscriminately by the terms structure, organization, association, or corporation. It covers both the domain of the economic and the specific structures of political power. The state institution is seen as one element of the social system ensemble, an element homogeneous and equivalent to the others, as a product of the originating subject, integrated in its circular equilibrium. It participates in the diffuse and vague function, devolving on all its total parts, of welding the social whole. A typical example is Parsons' conception of the political, which was discussed above. See the state itself, as a particular element of the social system ensemble, does not present an internal unity in the strict sense. Institutionalized political power is conceived as being composed of a totality of powers/countervailing powers, of compensatory powers, of veto groups, i.e. of equivalent parts. These parts are themselves shared out among the various ensembles or groups in equilibrium in this circular system. There is thus a circular equilibrium, which governs both the social ensemble and all its specific elements, both at the economic, and at the political level. The equilibrium and share out of political power are here modeled on the equilibrium which is hypothesized in the economic domain between the ensembles groups which compose it. In this schema these ensembles share the political power out between them, and the class struggle of course is absent. It is possible to find down these general statements by concretely considering their current formulations and the consequences entailed by the absence of specificity of the political level, the dissolution of the political into the economic and the absorption of the economic into the political. A. The first tendency appears today in the neoliberal school, which is attached to the classic liberal concepts of equilibrium and pluralism. Point 2. Thus, the state is here encapsulated as an institution and does not constitute a particular level or an institutionalized political power with its own unity and specificity. On this theory, this political power is watered down into a pluralist multiplicity of new decision centers, between which equilibrium is automatically realized by the concertation of the various power groupings or pressure groups or de facto powers representing the economic forces of an integrated society. Point 3. The unity of institutionalized political power seems to have been disintegrated to the advantage of these institutions. Its specificity is watered down through the various elements, powers/countervailing powers, compensating powers, veto groups, etc., to the benefit of those forces whose equilibrium is realized by a mutual limitation, by a respective control in the social process of the ensemble. Point 4. According to this current, the automatic and natural equilibrium of the market is here transposed into an equilibrium of mixed powers in the technological industrial society. This planned equilibrium is achieved by the concerted efforts of the economico-political forces, whose decision-making powers share out the institutionalized political power. Point 5. In addition to the problem of the unity of this power, the problem of its autonomy from these forces groups cannot be posed in this context, precisely because it does not possess its own specificity. It takes on a technical function of organization which furnishes this pluralist society which is already institutionalized and integrated with a framework of formal cohesion. Its role, defined by the principle of subsidiarity, is limited to being the simple executor of the concerted decisions of the various economico-political powers which share the state power. But the basis of the equilibrium between these powers is principally the domain of the economic process. The existence of state autonomy may exceptionally be admitted grudgingly according to the mode of dysfunction of the state institution vis-a-vis the society subject. Leaving aside the supposed transformations of the capitalist process of production acknowledged by the contemporary school, let us retain only the lack of specificity of the political level, which is diluted into the economic level. B. The inverse case is found today in the continuations of the institutionalist neo-corporatist conception of the state. Its proponents, while theoretically presupposing the same integrationist relation between the various ensembles or constellations of interests of the economic level, admit the worrying existence of certain antagonisms between them, without of course going so far as to talk of class struggle. They are therefore forced to conceive of an institutionalized political power functioning as the central factor of enlightened direction in the dynamic harmonization of these ensembles. Point 6. There is no question of abandoning the general conceptions of functionalist institutionalism, the harmonized pluralism of equivalent elements is still compulsory. However, while in this second version, these various powers/countervailing powers, etc., present themselves as institutionalized, not insofar as they constitute economico-social institutions outside the shadow state, but insofar as they are directly institutionalized by the strong state. These various interest groups and pressure groups are seen as directly receiving a public status, being officially recognized and directly enrolled by the state, which realizes their unity. The instance of the state institution makes its reappearance. Centers of political power and various public commissions or organisms belonging to the state are created, in which these institutionalized groups cooperate under the leadership and neutral arbitration of the technico-bureaucratic administration with a view to a directed orchestration of the society. This is the modern form of the conception under the term the institutionalization of the class struggle. 7. This neo-corporatist conception of the state obviously raises the problem of the unity peculiar to political power and of its autonomy, yet it presents this unity precisely as being disintegrated to the advantage of the institutionalized powers. Whereas the neoliberal theory of a global dissolution of the political level to the advantage of a pluralism of de facto economico-social powers is presented in the opposite form. This theory sees a multi-centered dissemination of political power, inside the state institution, to the various politically institutionalized pluralist interest ensembles. The dissolution of political power into the economic domain is here translated by an absorption of the economic into the political. These two currents are, however, in correlation in that they both lead to a failure rigorously to delimit the economic and the political. The state autonomy is effectively a problem in the second corporatist current, since the political instance is recognized in the necessity for directed arbitration. But it is related to the classic conception of bureaucracy, of which the theory of elites and of the ruling class is but the latest offspring. Marxist political theory. These theoretical currents have often implicit repercussions on the contemporary theory of the working class movement. We too often underestimate the extent to which the Marxist theory of political power is contaminated by these ideological currents. It must be repeated that these conceptions, in their contemporary form, are true to their old ideological function in invoking the so-called transformations of the classical capitalist mode of production. In fact, faced with the vacillations of Marxist theory on the nature of state monopoly capitalism and with the lack of a scientific theory of its transformations, they have had a powerful impact. It is sufficient to note, for example, the importance attributed by the contemporary social democratic current to conceptions of countervailing powers, of compensatory powers, etc. In this way, it finds its bearings on the line of all reformism. This line is connected precisely with the problems of class unity and the relative autonomy of the power of the capitalist state. 8 Hence, to indicate the permanent existence of the ideological function of these theories, it is very useful to recall their influence on the history of the working class movement. Let us take two notable and characteristic examples. A. The most cogent example is undoubtedly that of the disastrous influence of the institutionalist corporatist conception of the state on the German social democratic current. 9 These theories crystallized after the setting up of the Weimar Republic and their pluralist character brought forth a plentiful flow of ink from the pens of political theorists of the period. They had already had direct repercussions on Koskai's and Bernstein's writings. 11 The state's unitary political power appears to be diluted to the advantage of corporative ensembles directly institutionalized in the state. This appears in ideological political theory through a critique of classical liberal theories, which founded the unity and sovereignty of the state on its moral personality and superior will, this being in fact the direct ideological explanation of the unity of the class state. Henceforth, this unity was based on a constellation of interests, on institutionalized corporations, balanced and harmonized inside the state through a confusion of the economic and the political. This theme was on the agenda after the state of war capitalism. State power thus appears to be disseminated and shared between these corporatist ensembles. The consequences of such a conception can easily be guessed. The working class appears able to constitute one of these ensembles and, by its integration into the state institution, to hold an autonomous parcel of pluralist political power. We know the rest. These pluralist theories were extolled by several liberal and social democratic theorists of the period and were the direct predecessors, through Schmidt and Laurens, of the corporatist institutionalist conception of the Nazi state. The institutionalization of the working class did in fact take place in the Nazi state, but without a sharing of power with the dominant classes. This is a clear and characteristic example from the theoretical viewpoint. In fact, it makes plain the at first sight worrying relation which holds between certain social democratic conceptions of the state and the corporatist conceptions of the fascist state. This current moreover extended its influence so as to touch the development of the British Labour Party's Fabian theory in the 20s. b. The problem of the relative autonomy of the capitalist type of state is equally important. In their contemporary forms, these theories have had a decisive influence on the modern forms adopted by the ancient current of revolution from above attached to Lassalleism. 12 They have done this mainly through the current which emphasizes the state's enlightened direction and the role of the administration in this domain. Like its predecessor, this contemporary current does not present itself as the partisan of a conception of the state as neutral arbitrator and conciliator of the classes. The question is more complicated because this current invokes Marx's and above all Engels's analyses of Bismarckism. It is particularly interesting insofar as it concentrates on the question of the relative autonomy of the capitalist state. The problem is the following: can the state have such an autonomy vis-a-vis the dominant classes that it can accomplish the passage to socialism without the state apparatus being broken by conquest of a class power? Let us recall the characteristics of Bismarckism. In Prussia during the particular period of transition from the feudal mode of production to the capitalist mode of production, the Bismarckian state took on a totally particular autonomy, because of the dislocations introduced by the complex overlapping of these modes in this formation, dislocations between the instances, and between these instances and the field of the class struggle. The autonomy of the state structures allowed it to accomplish the passage from feudalism to capitalism against the politically dominant feudal class, by consolidating the emerging economic domination of the bourgeois class and by elevating it to political domination. The Prussian state thus had an autonomy vis-a-vis the politically dominant feudal class, and this autonomy cannot be reduced to an equilibrium of force between the landed nobility and the bourgeoisie. What then are the presuppositions admitted by the contemporary formulation of the theory of revolution from above? It finds a historic analogy between the present situation and the Bismarckian phenomenon. On this theory, we are today in a period of transition from capitalism to socialism, which constitutes the phase of state monopoly capitalism. This transition is characterized by a specific non-correspondence between the state's juridico-political superstructure and the economic, in the sense that the juridico-political superstructure is somehow in advance of the economic and already exhibiting the features of the socialist state. Owing to this fundamental characteristic, there is a particular autonomization of the contemporary state from the economic. This is reflected in a particular autonomization of the state apparatus from the monopolist bourgeoisie, the contemporary technico-bureaucratic category playing a role analogous to that of the Bismarckian bureaucracy. To this is frequently added the hypothesis that there is now an equilibrium of forces between the bourgeoisie and the working class. This hypothesis reveals the impact of the conceptions of a postulated equilibrium between official powers and the countervailing powers possessed by the working class. This supposed equilibrium of the social forces present is thought to furnish one more analogy with the Bismarckian phenomenon, itself explained by means of a supposed equilibrium between the feudal nobility and the bourgeoisie. These conceptions are undoubtedly radically wrong both in their analyses of the Bismarckian phenomenon and in their explanation of the transformations of the CMP on the model of a transition from capitalism to socialism. In fact, it is just a repetition of a typical form of revisionism, that of state socialism, which invariably appears whenever the capitalist state undertakes massive interventions in order to adapt and adjust the system in the face of the socialization of productive forces. Lassalleism for Bismarck, Proudhon's social Caesarism for Louis Bonaparte, social capitalism for Roosevelt's New Deal, the welfare state for state capitalism under imperialism. But I do not intend to enter into this debate. It is another point which interests us here, namely the real problem of the relative autonomy of the capitalist state vis-a-vis the dominant classes and fractions posed by these contemporary conceptions. This autonomy, which they effectively establish, appears to them to be explicable only according to the mode of an equilibrium of social forces, coupled with the autonomization of non-corresponding structures in a transitory phase in the strict sense of the term. Point 13. This leads them to misinterpret the autonomy of the state under imperialism. This is only the concrete form currently assumed by the relative autonomy constitutive of the capitalist type of state. This precise mode of relative autonomy is to be radically distinguished from the autonomy of the superstructure of a formation in transition, and from the autonomy resulting from an equilibrium between the social forces present. In no way can it function with a view to effecting a revolution from above. In the face of these ideological conceptions, although Marxism has sometimes allowed itself to be taken over surreptitiously by them, it has as a general rule repeated the schema of the state as the tool or instrument of the dominant classes. This schema appears to take the opposite course to these conceptions, but, in fact, it does so only by admitting the same theoretical principles. So it is not at all surprising that it is exactly this schematic phraseology, radical only in appearance, which under its cover allows Marxist theory to be contaminated by ideology. In particular, the theoretical continuation of this schema leads to the conception of the state as agent of the monopolies in state monopoly capitalism. There is, of course, no doubt that in the development of imperialism, the transformations of the CMP entail a whole specific, complex articulation of the economic and of the political. But the schema of the state as the agent of the monopolies wrongly involves a confusion of the economic and political, and thereby comes close to the above-mentioned contemporary ideologies of the state. It is, in fact, only a term which covers the absence of a scientific theory in this domain. This is demonstrated by numerous contradictions. In particular, we find a notion of state autonomy similar to that admitted by the advocates of revolution from above, grafted non-critically onto this schema. The state is related to the monopoly fraction as its agent/tool. This relation is understood as a conspiracy which uses personal contacts to place the state in the hands of a small group of monopolists. Let the people as a whole drive out these usurpers and the state will do the rest. 14. But the problem is even more complicated than it appears, for while this conception can lead to a right-wing opportunism, it has also led to a left-wing extremism, as shown in the Third International's analyses of the state in the social democracies. This extremism was later corrected at the 7th Congress of the International. 15. I shall not deal with the consequences of such a conception of the state. I shall point out simply that the relative autonomy of the contemporary state vis-a-vis the dominant classes or fractions is only the concrete form taken on by this autonomy, constitutive of the capitalist type of state, insofar as it reflects a new articulation of the political and the economic in the relations between the structures and the field of the class struggle. This articulation presupposes, however, that type of relation between the political and the economic which occurs in the CMP. It constitutes a variable within invariant limits. This relative autonomy has nothing to do with a state in transition or with a state with an equilibrium of forces. In other words, it does not call into question the profound relations between the contemporary state and the hegemonic fraction of the monopolies. On the contrary, it presupposes them. 3. The capitalist state and the field of the class struggle. The general problem. The specific unity and relative autonomy of the capitalist type of state vis-a-vis the dominant classes and fractions depends on the position of the state in the structures of the CMP and on its particular relation to the field of the class struggle in this mode. We must remember here our prior analyses of this subject. 1. A. Capitalist relations of production assign to the state's juridico-political superstructure a specific autonomy vis-a-vis the relations of production. In the field of the class struggle, this autonomization is reflected in an autonomy of the economic class struggle from the political class struggle. The juridical structures of the capitalist state, combined with the juridical ideology and the ideological in general in this mode of production, have as their effect on the economic class struggle the isolation of the agents in a mode of production in which, nonetheless, the real structure of the relations of production leads to a remarkable socialization of the labor process. This isolation, which is an overdetermined but real effect, is experienced by the agents according to the mode of competition. It ends by concealing from these agents the fact that their relations are class relations. This isolation applies just as much to the capitalists/private owners as to the wage laborers, although it clearly does not appear in the same way in the socio-economic relations of these two classes. Marx and Lenin showed how important they thought these characteristics of the economic struggle of the working class to be, when they emphasized the necessity for a political party. One of the functions of such a party is to constitute the revolutionary political unity of the working class, which is constantly ravaged by individual, local, partial, isolated economic struggle. b. In the framework of a capitalist formation dominated by the CMP, we must take into consideration the isolation of the socio-economic relations of those classes which belong to other modes of production coexisting in this formation, for instance, the petty bourgeoisie and the small-holding peasantry. Their isolation is not identical with that of the classes of the CMP, it depends in particular on the very relations of production of these classes, relations which are precisely characterized by a non-separation of the direct producer from the means of production. However, in so far as these classes are present in a capitalist formation, this real isolation peculiar to them is overdetermined by the effect of isolation imposed by the CMP. See, there is a twofold relation between the capitalist state and the field of the class struggle. It bears on the political class struggle and on the economic class struggle. On this subject we have already noted the state's relation to the socio-economic relations, as they present themselves through the effect of isolation produced by the state itself together with the ideological. This state possesses institutions inside which the economic existence of classes and the political class struggle are absent. By its effect of isolation on the socio-economic relations, this state presents itself as the strictly political, public unity of the particular, private, economic antagonisms of the ensemble of society. The institutionalized power of the capitalist state presents its own unity in its relations to socio-economic relations, insofar as it represents the unity of the people-nation, composed of agents set up as subjects, as individual/political persons, i.e. insofar as it represents the political unity of an economic isolation which is its own effect. On the level of the relations of the state to the political class struggle, this leads to a result which seems paradoxical, but which in fact constitutes the secret of this national popular class state. The institutionalized power of the capitalist class state presents its own class unity, precisely insofar as it can pose as a national popular state, i.e. as a state which does not represent the power of one or several determinate classes, but which represents the power of the political unity of private agents, given over to economic antagonisms which the state claims to have the function of surmounting by unifying these agents within a popular national body. This characteristic of the capitalist state is related to a precise ideological function. Given the specific efficacy of the ideological and its role in the framework of the capitalist state, it would be wrong to underestimate the importance of this function, which in fact concerns the complex problem of the legitimacy of this state. The ideological function must not be conflated with the intervention of the ideological in the actual organization of the state, i.e. in the setting up of the agents as juridico-political subjects and in the constitution of the national popular body. However, one remark needs to be added: the fact that the state's juridico-political superstructure is related to its ideological function does not in itself mean that the former is reduced to the ideological. In short, the state as representative of the political unity of the nation people, is nevertheless reflected in a whole real institutional framework which tends to function effectively according to the concrete situation of the forces present, in the direction of a specific unity of the state's power and of a relative autonomy vis-à-vis the dominant classes. Although it is truly impossible to overestimate the institutional framework, and although we must always keep what it hides in view, it is equally impossible to ignore the specific efficacy which it presents, coupled with the ideological function of legitimizing the state, vis-à-vis its own unity and its relative autonomy. In effect, This state is supposed to represent the general interest, the general will and the political unity of the people and the nation. In the characteristic forms of the principle of representation, the general interest, public opinion, universal suffrage, public liberties, it presents the normative institutional ensemble of political democracy. However, in order to examine the problem of the state's unity, I shall refer in particular to the concept of popular sovereignty and to the formation of the concept of the people. In political theory, this concept of popular sovereignty, which covers that of the capitalist state, is linked to the problem of the unity peculiar to institutionalized political power. The problem of sovereignty had already been forged in connection with the absolutist state, where it indicated the unitary structure of political power which had gained autonomy from the economic. In the sense of popular sovereignty, it designates an ensemble of citizens, of formally and abstractly free and equal individuals set up as political persons, as a source of the state's legitimacy. This ensemble is conceived as the body politic of society, as the people. However, it is more important for us to note here that the state's sovereignty and popular sovereignty are identical. This people, composed of citizens, is supposed to acquire its existence as the body politic, as the source of legitimacy, only insofar as it takes on a unity directly embodied in the unity of state power. In the political theories of the social contract and of political democracy, this is expressed in the ambiguous relation between the pact of civil association and the pact of government. The truth of this is seen in the fact that, excepting Rousseau, whose conclusions smash the framework of political democracy, it is Hobbes who appears as the true embodiment of the theories of social contract. See for instance the problem of the general will and the principle of representation in the institutions of the state resulting from the French Revolution. Representation of the people through various elected assemblies is not strictly speaking the mere expression of the body politic as a pre-constituted unity, it actually constitutes the unity of this body politic. Popular sovereignty is identified with state sovereignty since the people are identified with the state only if they are represented. The role of the people's representatives is not that of expressing the will of the nation but, to use the expression which constantly recurs in the theorists of liberal democracy, that of expressing the will for nationhood, that is to say, it is the role of constituting the body politic, which is the people, by attributing unity to the members of the society. Point 2. It is possible to ascertain the repercussions on the state's institutions of this relation between state sovereignty and popular sovereignty, i.e. of the relation established by means of this conception of representation. The state's power constitutes unity of its own insofar as its institutions are organized so as to constitute the people's and the nation's unity. The state, which is established as the place of the universal, of the general will, of the general interest and of the public, supposedly represents not this or that private interest and socio-economic constellation, but the unitary political ensemble of the people-nation. The state's sovereignty thus appears to be linked to the state's moral personality, one and undivided. Each part of the state's power and each particular state organ is institutionally fixed as representing simultaneously the unity of the body politic and the unity of the state's power. It is in this way that each representative in the elected assemblies is supposed to represent not the private interests of his electors, but the whole of the electoral body. Moreover, it is because of this that the possibility of the imperative mandate is excluded from the framework of political democracy. The administrative organs themselves represent the unity of the state's power. This is a characteristic of modern bureaucracy which functions within a hierarchy of competence, delegated from the central power. The actual relation of the state's institutional powers, which is conceived as a separation of these powers, is in fact fixed in the capitalist state as a mere distribution of power, out of the undivided unity of state sovereignty. This is precisely how Montesquieu gave it theoretical expression. Point 3. This feature of the unity of the capitalist state governs its centralized organization. The decline of local powers is directly related to the unitary organization of the state based on the central point of popular sovereignty. Moreover, the state's unity is found, under other forms, in the modern juridical system in the strict sense. This specific normative ensemble, made up of legal subjects modeled according to the image of citizens, presents a systematic unity of the highest degree, in that it regulates the unity of these subjects by means of laws. Point 4. I have no intention of multiplying examples adduced here simply by way of explanation. I shall merely remark that the juridico-political region of the capitalist state is effectively organized as an institutional unity of strictly political power insofar as it constitutes the unity of an ensemble of elements whose economic determination and therefore class membership is systematically absent from its institutions. We are now able to proceed with the second stage of the investigation, that is, to show how this unitary institutional framework, coupled with the ideological function peculiar to the state, allows the state to function, in its relations to the class struggle, as the unambiguous political power of the dominant classes or fractions, and also to show in what precise sense the unambiguous functioning of the state implies its relative autonomy from these classes and fractions. I shall start with what Marx says on this subject in his political works. Marx's analyses. The first and most striking point in Marx's political works on the theoretical type of capitalist state is that he grasps these distinctive features of the state precisely according to the mode of an opposition between state and society. Thus he says, only under the second Bonaparte does the state seem to have made itself completely independent. As against civil society, the state machine has consolidated its position so thoroughly, 5. And the parity of the empire was necessary to free the mass of the French nation from the weight of tradition, and to work out in pure form the opposition between the state power and society. Point 6. This opposition was also described as follows: every common interest was straightway severed from society, counterposed to it as a higher, general interest, snatched from the activity of society's members themselves and made an object of government activity. 7. The state is thus understood as freeing civil society completely from the trouble of governing itself, from the trouble of self-government. 8. Under the Second Empire, before the executive power, it renounces all will of its own and submits to the superior command of an alien will, to authority. The Bonapartist state expresses the heteronomy of a nation, in contrast to its autonomy. Point 9. These remarks are vital to Marx's analyses of the capitalist type of state, but they may seem strange at first sight. They have misled numerous interpreters into the error of seeing them as a late return by Marx to his early works, to the conception of the state as alienation from civil society, in the sense which this concept has for the young Marx. Consequently, these enlaces of Marx appear to contradict his mature conception of the class state. Thus, in his introduction to the 18th Brumaire, Neuer writes, but Marx made two sorts of judgment on this apparatus of the centralized state. On the one hand he affirms that it is the instrument of oppression of the dominant class, on the other, he feels that this centralized apparatus, by perfecting its mechanism, becomes increasingly independent from society and is the place of the general interest. 10. Or again, as Rubel says, it does not seem at first sight that Bonapartism corresponds to the idea which Marx himself had of the state as the instrument of the power and domination of the exploiting class. He traces out an ideal picture, in which Bonapartism is a relation of forces in which state and society are at the extremes, confronting each other in an absolute antagonism. 11. But even if these interpretations are incorrect, they nevertheless accentuate the importance of our problem. In fact, in the rigorous scientific perspective of his mature works, Marx constantly and systematically establishes the relation between the capitalist state and the precise forms of the political struggle of the dominant classes in a formation dominated by the CMP. Thus, he sees bourgeois rule as the outcome and result of universal suffrage, as the express act of the sovereign will of the people. 12. And he says the nation made its general will the law, that is to say, it made the law of the ruling class its general will. Point 13. How then, in this complicated context, does state power organize itself into its own unity, into a unity of class power, while presenting a relative autonomy vis-a-vis the dominant class or classes? It is only because Marx's analyses are unclear on this point that they seem contradictory. Let us see what Marx means in these texts by opposition between the state and society. First of all, it is clear that it is not a contradictory dislocation between the state and the economic, i.e. it is not, for example, a particular dislocation between the base and the juridico-political superstructure. On the other hand, Bonapartism is grasped precisely as a specific form of correspondence between the juridico-political superstructure and the relations of production either in the CMP or in a formation dominated by the CMP. When we look at all the preceding analyses as a whole, it is clear that where Marx understands a process of antagonism between state and society, the public and the private, etc., he is grasping the effects of the autonomy of the instances of the CMP in the field of the class struggle. In the relation of the structures to the field of the class struggle, this is reflected by a specific dislocation between the state and the economic class struggle. The form taken by this dislocation is precisely the relation between the state and the isolation of the socio-economic relations, by means of popular sovereignty and of the political body of people citizens. Antagonism between the state and society means the dislocation and respective autonomy of the political from the economic and the dislocation of the state from the isolated economic class struggle. But this antagonism between the state and society indicates something more than the problem so far stressed, namely a relative autonomy of the state from the politically dominant classes. The relation between the state and the political interests of these classes, which Marx frequently distinguished from their private, economic, selfish, etc., interests, establishes itself only by a relative autonomy between the state and these classes, whose secret is revealed by Bonapartism. Its essential characteristic is precisely that particular independence of the state from the dominant classes. The capitalist state is not directly linked to the economic interest of the dominant classes, in the sense that the economic struggle is absent from its institutions or that the agents of production distributed in classes are present in the form of people citizens, rather it is linked to their strictly political interests by being relatively autonomous from these classes. We can thus already state that the mature Marx's phrase antagonism between the state and society indicates not only the autonomy of the respective structures of the political and of the economic reflected in the relation between the state and the economic class struggle, but also the relative autonomy of the state from the politically dominant classes. Granted that this term autonomy should not be given the same meaning in its various applications, and that it is merely serving to locate the problems, it does nonetheless establish the relation between these two phenomena. Thus, in this context, Marx clearly sees the relation between the unity of class power peculiar to the capitalist state and the fact that that state represents the political unity of the agents, whose economic relations manifest the effect of isolation. This unity is the condition of the possibility of the state's relative autonomy vis-à-vis the dominant classes. This state claims as its function the creation of the civil unity of the nation. 15 On the Paris Commune, Marx says in the Civil War in France, the unity of the nation was not to be broken, but on the contrary, to be organized by the communal constitution and to become a reality by the destruction of the state power which claimed to be the embodiment of that unity, independent of, and superior to the nation itself, from which it was but a parasitic excrescence. 16 This is the strictly political unity which the state represents vis-à-vis the isolated agents of the economic class struggle. These agents Marx sees as the incoherent shapelessness of the social body of which the state claims to provide the political unity. Marx gives some indications about the relation between this phenomenon and the unity peculiar to institutionalized political power, in his analyses of Bonapartism concerning the centralist character of the capitalist state, for he does not use his notion in the simple administrative sense, but precisely to indicate the characteristic unity of the power of the capitalist state. Engels's remarks on the unitary state and the unitary republic in the critique of the Erfurt program follow the same line. This characteristic unity of institutionalized power corresponds precisely to the fact that it constitutes an unambiguous power for the dominant classes or fractions. Marx returns to this point time and time again. This state is related in this way to the political interests of the dominant classes or fractions in their political class struggle with the dominated classes. Bonapartism, which is seen here as a type of capitalist state, as the religion of the bourgeoisie, corresponds to its political interests, to its unambiguous political class power. Moreover, this is true of the historical phenomenon of French Bonapartism which served the exclusive interests of the bourgeoisie, while the small holding peasantry, represented by Louis Bonaparte, were in fact only a supporting class with no hold on political power. It is a question, then, of a relation between the capitalist state and the interests of the dominant classes and fractions, i.e. their political interests. In fact, that hegemonic class or fraction which finally holds the political power of a capitalist formation autonomous from the economic and political struggles, can dominate effectively only if it sets up its economic interests as political interests. In holding state power, it can perpetuate existing social relations only through a whole series of compromises which maintain the unstable equilibrium of the classes present, and through a whole range of political organization and particular ideological functioning, by which it manages to present itself as the representative of the general interest of the people and the embodiment of the unity of the nation. It is a question of the role of the capitalist state vis-à-vis the dominated classes, and it is this which establishes the specific relation between the state and the political interests of the dominant classes or fractions. But why can this relation establish itself only through that relative autonomy of the capitalist state to which Bonapartism as religion of the bourgeoisie gives us the key? Marx and Engels give us the answer. Owing to its constitution and its position in the class struggle, the bourgeoisie was apparently incapable of raising itself through its own political parties to the hegemonic level of organization. Marx often speaks of this bourgeoisie, which every moment sacrificed its general class interests, that is, its political interests, to the narrowest and most sordid private interests. 17 of this bourgeoisie, which proved that the struggle to maintain its public interests, its own class interests, its political power, only troubled and upset it, as it was a disturbance of private business. 18 But we should note the two following points. A. The bourgeoisie's incapacity to raise itself to the strictly political level stems from its inability to achieve its own internal unity. It sinks into fractional struggles and is unable to realize its political unity on the basis of a politically conceived common interest. B. Most importantly, this incapacity also stems at the same time from the bourgeoisie's struggle against the dominated classes and from the fact that it finds it particularly difficult to realize its political hegemony vis-à-vis these classes. Discussing the fractions of the bourgeoisie, Marx says of the parliamentary republic that it was the unavoidable condition of their common rule, the sole form of state in which their general class interests subjected to itself at the same time both the claims of their particular factions and all the remaining classes of society. 19 And yet present-day France was contained in a finished state within the parliamentary republic. 20. Marx and Engels also explain the reasons why bourgeoisie experiences this difficulty in the realization of its hegemony over the dominated classes. These are, the internal fractioning of the bourgeois class, the continued existence of the classes of the small producers in capitalist formations and their complex reflection at the political level, the rise and organized political struggle of the working class, the institutions of the capitalist state, which hurl all the classes or fractions of society onto the political scene, etc. In short, everything happens as if the specific coordinates of the struggle of the dominant classes contribute to prevent their political organization. What then is the role of the capitalist class state in this context? It can be stated as follows: it takes charge, as it were, of the bourgeoisie's political interests and realizes the function of political hegemony which the bourgeoisie is unable to achieve. But in order to do this, the capitalist state assumes a relative autonomy with regard to the bourgeoisie. This is why Marx's analyses of Bonapartism as a capitalist type of state are so significant. For this relative autonomy allows the state to intervene not only in order to arrange compromises vis-à-vis the dominated classes, which, in the long run, are useful for the actual economic interests of the dominant classes or fractions, but also to intervene against the long-term economic interests of one or other fraction of the dominant class, for such compromises and sacrifices are sometimes necessary for the realization of their political class interests. A good example are the state's so-called social functions, which have nowadays assumed an increased importance. While it is true that these social functions at the moment conform to the policy of state investment and so conform to the economic interests of the monopolies, it is equally true that they have been imposed on the dominant classes by the state, through the pressure of the dominated classes, this is often revealed by a hostility between the state and the dominant classes. Such functions have even sometimes been imposed by social democratic governments, but, strictly speaking, this does not alter the situation. These governments use the state and its relative autonomy to function as the political organizers of the dominant classes. However, in order concretely to take on this relative autonomy which, inscribed in the play of its institutions, is what is precisely necessary for hegemonic class domination, the state is supported by certain dominated classes of the society, in that it presents itself, through a complex ideological process, as their representative. It encourages them in various ways, to work against the dominant class or classes, but to the political advantage of these latter. In this way it succeeds precisely in making the dominated classes accept a whole series of compromises which appear to be to their political interest. In the concrete historical case of French Bonapartism, Marx reveals this complicated functioning of the capitalist state in relation to the small holding peasantry, and the petty bourgeoisie. As against the bourgeoisie, Bonaparte looks on himself, at the same time, as the representative of the peasants and of the people in general, who wants to make the lower classes of the people happy within the frame of bourgeois society. New decrees that cheat the true socialists of their statecraft in advance 21-4, in spite of the differences established by Marx between the parliamentary power of the Republic and the executive power of the Bonapartist state, Bonapartism, inasmuch as it is a capitalist type of state, manages to present itself as precisely emanating from the general interest and as the representative of the unity of people-nation. In the concrete case of French Bonapartism, since Bonaparte was elected by the universal suffrage which he had himself re-established, he is more representative than the Republic which had suppressed it. If by its motion to restore universal suffrage the executive power appealed from the National Assembly to the people, the legislative power appealed by its Quaestors Bill from the people to the army. 22. Thus, in fulfilling its political function, the capitalist state comes to rely on dominated classes and sometimes to play them off against the dominant classes. It does this by concretely realizing the relative autonomy which it has vis-a-vis the dominant classes inscribed within its institutions. This autonomy allows it to remain in constant liaison with their political interests. In fact, within these precise limits, the capitalist state does not take even one step away from the political interests of the bourgeoisie. In the case of French Bonapartism, Marx clearly demonstrates how Louis Bonaparte, the official representative of the petty bourgeoisie and the small holding peasantry, never took a single political measure which was to their advantage. Within the limits imposed by the relation between the structures and the field of the class struggle, this relative autonomy of the state can vary according to the modalities taken on by its function vis-a-vis the dominant classes, and the concrete relation between the forces present. For example, the state may function as the factor of the political organization of these classes, a function which manifests itself in the complex relation of the state to the parties of these classes. In this case, the state's relative autonomy is to be deciphered in its relation to these parties, which continue to take on their own organizational function. Or else the state may substitute itself for these parties by continuing to function as the factor of hegemonic organization of these classes. Or again, in certain situations it may even take total control of the political interests of these classes. This is the situation in the concrete historical phenomenon of French Bonapartism. In this last case, the relative autonomy of the state is such that the dominant classes or fractions appear to renounce their political power, just as Marx said in his analyses of the Second Empire. However, all these variations occur within the limits of the relative autonomy constitutive of the capitalist type of state. These limits are related to the characteristics peculiar to the class struggle in capitalist formations. They are clearly distinguished from those classes of state autonomy which arise from an equilibrium between the forces present in the class struggle. The difference lies principally in the fact that in the latter case politically organized or politically disorganized equivalent forces are generally present. In both cases, it is characteristically difficult during that period to decipher the direct relation between the state and the dominant class's political interests in the field of the class struggle. The state continually plays the forces present off, one against the other, and it therefore contributes to the effective domination of certain classes only through its role as cohesive factor and maintainer of the structures of a given formation. In that case, the structures and the field of the class practices are a particular dislocation. However, in the case of the relative autonomy of the capitalist state, it is always possible, within the framework of a political periodization, to establish the direct relation of the state to the dominant class's political interests, whether it functions as the factor of political organization of these classes, or whether it takes direct charge of these interests. Hence, this relative autonomy of the capitalist state follows from its strictly political function vis-a-vis the various classes of a formation dominated by the CMP. To be more precise, it follows from a. Its function as factor of political organization of the dominant classes, for because of the isolation of socio-economic relations and because of the breakup of the bourgeois class into fractions, etc., the dominant classes are more often than not unable to raise themselves by their own efforts to a hegemonic level vis-a-vis the dominated classes. This is precisely how we should understand Marx's, Engels's and Lenin's frequent characterizations of the capitalist state as the organization of the dominant class, or again the organization of class domination. b. Its function as the factor of political disorganization, i.e. its function of preventing the working class from organizing itself into an autonomous political party. The political organization of the working class is a factor which necessitates, and at the same time prevents, the hegemonic organization of the dominant classes. In this case, the state politically organizes the dominant classes and ensures at the same time the political disorganization of the working class. The effect of constant isolation presented by the working class's economic struggle necessitates the political organization of this class into an autonomous party which will realize its unity. But the state's function is to maintain it in this isolation by presenting itself as the representative of the political unity of the people nation. This contributes to its relative autonomy vis-a-vis the dominant classes. See its particular and often all-important function vis-a-vis certain classes of the non-dominant modes of production in the capitalist formation, which are affected by the overdetermining isolation of the dominant CMP. See for instance the peasantry, in particular the small-holding peasantry, and the petty bourgeoisie, what Lenin called the ocean of small-scale producers. These classes, thrown onto the political scene by the institutions of the capitalist state, often constitute supporting classes. By a complex ideological process, the state benefits from these classes' incapacity to affirm themselves politically, because of their place in the process of production, as opposed to the working class who benefit from the socialization of the labor process. The state often makes a direct claim to be the political representative of the interests of the small producers. In this way it is possible to decipher the relation between the unitary character of institutionalized power in the capitalist state and its relative autonomy vis-a-vis the dominant classes. The paradoxical character of this relation lies in the fact that the state assumes a relative autonomy with regard to these classes, precisely in so far as it constitutes their unambiguous and exclusive political power. In other words, this autonomy vis-a-vis the politically dominant classes, inscribed in the institutional play of the capitalist state, neither authorizes the dominated classes effectively to participate in political power nor cedes parcels of institutionalized power to them. State power is not a machine or an instrument, a simple object coveted by the various classes, nor is it divided into parts which, if not in the hands of some, must automatically be in the hands of others. Rather it is an ensemble of structures. Within the framework of a state autonomy resulting from an equilibrium of the forces present, it is sometimes possible to note a certain distribution of institutionalized political power, but this is impossible within the limits of the relative autonomy constitutive of the capitalist type of state. Its political unity as representative of the unity of the people nation is, in the last analysis, only its unity in so far as it is the unambiguous political power of the dominant classes. Its relative autonomy, which is a function of its unifying feature as national popular state is, in the last analysis, only that autonomy necessary for the hegemonic organization of the dominant classes, i.e. it is only that relative autonomy which is indispensable for the unambiguous power of these classes. Thus, in its relations to the field of the class struggle, the capitalist state's relative autonomy depends on the characteristics peculiar to the economic and political class struggle in the CMP and in a capitalist formation. This must be understood in the general sense of the relations between the structures and the field of the class struggle. In this sense, the state sets the limits within which the class struggle affects it. The play of its institutions allows and makes possible this relative autonomy from the dominant classes and fractions. The variations and modalities of this relative autonomy depend upon the concrete relation between social forces in the field of the political class struggle. In particular, they depend on the political struggle of the dominated classes. It is at this point that the problem of the equilibrium of social forces present in the political struggle comes in. This equilibrium is not the necessary condition of the relative autonomy of the capitalist state vis-a-vis the dominant classes and fractions, in the sense that this autonomy, within these limits, depends on the very characteristics of the field of the class struggle in the CMP and in a capitalist formation. It is, however, evident that this equilibrium intervenes decisively in the modalities and variations of this autonomy. These considerations therefore indicate the two following points. A. That equilibrium, in the general sense or in the sense of catastrophic equilibrium, is not the only form which allows the political struggle of the dominated classes to act on the relative autonomy of the capitalist state. Insofar as this autonomy is inscribed in the play of its institutions, the political struggles of the dominated classes can be expressed there, even without having attained the threshold of an equilibrium of social forces. B. That this autonomy, which appears here as the effect of the political struggle of the dominated classes, should not be conceived as resulting from an equilibrium of forces. In particular, although it is real in the sense that it is inscribed within the limits set by institutional play, it completely fails to function in the same way as an autonomy resulting from an equilibrium of the forces present. Point 23. The so-called phenomenon of totalitarianism. Contemporary political theory has tackled these characteristics of the capitalist state in a distorted fashion, using the ideological theme of totalitarianism. As the subject is so vast, I shall only give some brief indications concerning it. Point 24. Although some attempts have been made to solve the so-called phenomenon of totalitarianism by subsuming it under the general theory of dictatorship, the more general line has been to attempt to conceive it as a specific political form applicable to contemporary transformations of the capitalist state, thus to contrast it radically with the liberal form of the state. This theory is as follows: the problematic of totalitarianism is intimately linked to the perspective of individuals, subjects of society and producers of the state, and the totalitarian state depends on a form of institutionalized power whose legitimacy is founded in a mass society. The state, the alienated essence of the massified atoms of an industrialized society, nowadays appears in its full antagonism towards society. In the liberal society and the liberal state, individuals possess a sphere of private autonomy, which results from their participation in the political and which is promoted by the class differences preventing this global massification. In contrast to this, we are now witnessing radical transformations, total destruction of the individual essence in the technological process, disappearance of the class struggle in favor of a homogenized society of reified atoms, identical and disparate, creation of a new alienation, the totalitarian state, which totally monopolizes the individual essence in its antagonistic opposition to society, total acquisition by state power of all the spheres of individual activity, absorption of the private domain into the womb of the state behemoth, a complete non-participation of the individual in the political, the individual becoming a mere cog in this monstrous new mechanical leviathan. I will go no further with this apocalyptic mythology, although it is true that it sometimes furnishes interesting descriptions of the modern juridico-political instance. Although these analyses are governed by the ideological problematic of the individual subject, and although the current transformations which it hypothesizes are derived more from phantasmagoria than from science, it is still possible to decipher in them real problems concealed beneath the mask of the ideological. In particular, the capitalist state derives its principle of legitimacy from the fact that it presents itself as the unity of the people-nation, understood as an ensemble of homogeneous entities, identical and disparate, which it establishes as political individual citizens. As certain theorists of totalitarianism have correctly remarked, it is here that it differs radically from other forms of despotism, for example from absolute political power, which is formally similar, but which is carried on by forms of tyranny founded on divine sacred legitimacy. 25 Yet these forms, as found in slave or feudal states, certainly bound power within strictly defined limits. In other words, it is exactly that type of legitimacy of the capitalist state, which allows the specific functioning of the state encapsulated by the term totalitarianism. This people is merely the politico-ideological expression of the ideological and political structure's effect of isolation on the agents, an effect which is manifested in the socio-economic relations. It is thus easy to discern the real phenomena encapsulated ideologically by the term mass. 26. So too, that functioning of the capitalist state encapsulated by the term totalitarianism, and which in fact concerns the state's relation to the classes, is made possible by the relation between its principle of legitimacy and the isolation of the economic, for this isolation both conceals from the agents the class character of their relations and allows the direct expression of the class struggle to be absent from the state's institutions. It is precisely this which has led the theorists of totalitarianism to admit a correlation between the political form of totalitarianism and what they call an absence or decline of the class struggle. According to them, a society in which the class struggle is present, in which opposing class interests are politically organized to act as a mediation between the individual and political power, is a society with a pluralist political form of power. The totalitarian state emerges only in a mass society where class membership no longer functions and the individual is thus directly given over to political power. 27. This is an ideological answer to the real problem which it masks. What is true is that functioning of the capitalist state grasped as totalitarian is correlated, not with some kind of lack of opposing class interests or lack of mediating associations between the individual and the state, but rather with a lack of direct expression of the class struggle in the institutions of political power. What was an impossibility when the classes were fixed as castes or estates within the institutional organization becomes possible in the popular class state, i.e. it is possible, in a state which functions as a class state insofar as the political class struggle is absent from its institutions and insofar as it presents itself as the unity of the people-nation. In other words, to put it in a descriptive manner, the concentration of political class power has nowhere been so intense and reinforced as when it has succeeded in excluding its institutional class character from its ideological principle of legitimacy. Moreover, this becomes even more important when we look at the impact of the effect of the isolation of socio-economic relations of capitalist formations on the other levels of the class struggle. This has been grasped as a correlation between the totalitarian phenomenon and an absence of class struggle, but in fact, it is also concerned with the impact of this isolation of the economic class struggle on political class organization. Thus, the Nazi and fascist states, which are often considered to be particularly intense forms of totalitarianism, concern the fact that certain classes lack their own political organization, and this is the result of the retroactive effect of the isolation of the economic struggle on the political struggle. This, therefore, is by no means a dissolution of the class struggle amongst the massified individuals, but a complete absence of political class organization because of the isolation of the economic struggle. This has affected above all those classes which, in addition to their isolation resulting from their intrinsic conditions of economic life, have suffered the effect of isolation which the capitalist mode of production imposed on other modes of production, namely the petty bourgeoisie and certain fractions of the peasantry, such as the small-holding peasantry. For example, the Nazi state in Germany went hand in hand with their failure to have their own political organization and with the support which they gave the state through the ideological mechanism of power fetishism. They considered the state as their political representative, since it incarnated the unity of the people-nation. But we should also not forget that the Nazi state, while being at the service of the monopolies, coincided with a period of particularly intense crisis in the strictly political organization of the bourgeois class itself. 28. I shall leave aside the problem of the fascist state. The fascist state is a very complex phenomenon which cannot be absorbed into the general phenomenon of totalitarianism. It can be studied only by examining the relation between the social forces in the concrete conjuncture. Point 29. Thus, the term totalitarianism cannot refer to any precise political phenomenon. Although we have tried to distinguish it from authoritarianism, it denotes simply a particularly strong character of state power. The phenomena attributed to it are in fact related to the characteristics of unity and relative autonomy peculiar to the capitalist state in general. Use of the notion of totalitarianism debars us from analyzing these phenomena scientifically. What is ideologically grasped as the state's totalitarian character vis-a-vis the masses, in fact concerns the concentration and specific unity of political power, a particular reinforcement of the exclusive and unambiguous class power in the capitalist state, i.e. in the popular class state which represents the unity of the people-nation. Similarly, the so-called antagonistic opposition of the totalitarian state to society is, in the last analysis, only the relative autonomy of the capitalist state vis-a-vis the dominant classes. Finally, the so-called relation between the totalitarian phenomenon and the absence of class struggle is merely the particular relation of the capitalist state to political class organization in capitalist formations. In the last analysis, we should recognize that the main contribution of theories of totalitarianism is as follows, that they insisted on the relation between political institutions as representing the political unity of agents whose class relations exhibit the effect of isolation, and the particular unifying character of political power and its consequent characteristic relative autonomy. And this relation can be explained only by the Marxist analysis of political power. Further, it is certain that the present transformations of the CMP correspond to transformations of the capitalist state in its present form. It is equally true that it is impossible to decipher them within the problematic of totalitarianism and to specify them, for example, by describing them as totalitarian. In fact, the real characteristics, implicitly included by this term, are by no means in opposition with the form of the liberal state in the strict sense of the term. The real phenomena masked by this political ideology are found in the form of the liberal state, precisely in so far as they are related to the capitalist type of state. We have already encountered this problem in relation to political ideologies, when we stated that the real characteristics of present-day political ideologies, covered by the term totalitarian political ideologies, are, in fact, to be found in liberal political ideologies, and are constitutive traits of bourgeois political ideologies. Thus it is not surprising to see numerous ideological theorists of the totalitarian phenomenon explicitly admitting that the characteristics of this phenomenon are present in the liberal state itself, whilst discovering their source in the modern state in general. Point 30. For the capitalist state and the dominant classes. The power block. Up to now, we have examined the unity and relative autonomy of the capitalist type of state from the particular viewpoint of their relation to the general field of the class struggle. We must now also examine them from the viewpoint of their specific function in the relation between the dominant classes and fractions within a capitalist formation. In what follows we shall concentrate on this political function. And, once again, we shall use Marx's analyses, in so far as they concern the concept of the capitalist state. In doing this, we must remember our remarks on the power block, and, in particular, the following points. 1. At the level of political domination in a capitalist formation, we can establish the characteristic coexistence of several classes, and most importantly of fractions of classes, constituting a power block. This derives from a. The capitalist relations of production. For example, it derives from the particular coexistence of the large-scale owners of ground rent with the bourgeoisie, as the dominant classes of the capitalist formation. And it derives from the particular fractioning of the bourgeoisie into commercial, industrial, and financial fractions. B. The type of dominance of the CMP over the non-dominant modes, and from the consequent presence of these classes in the power block. C. The structures of the capitalist state which make it possible for several classes, fractions of classes, etc. to be present in the political scene. 2. The type of relations between the classes or fractions of classes which make up the power block have been determined. Contrary to some of Marx's notions, the power block constitutes a contradictory unity of dominant classes or fractions, a unity dominated by the hegemonic class or fraction. This unity of the power block is constituted under the protection of the hegemonic class or fraction, which politically polarizes the interests of the other classes or fractions which are part of it. This reveals an important characteristic of the power block. Despite certain ambiguous expressions, Marx's analyses explicitly rely on one basic principle: the relations between the various classes or fractions of this power block cannot consist of a sharing out of institutionalized political power, such that the hegemonic class or fraction simply possesses a more important share than the others. In other words, if the conception of state power divided into shares does not hold for the relations between dominant and dominated classes, nor for those between dominant classes and supporting or allied classes, no more does it hold for relations between the classes and fractions which make up the power block. To this extent it is true that underlying Marx's analyses is the representation of the correspondence between the state and the specific interests of the hegemonic class or fraction, inasmuch as they polarize those of the other classes or fractions in the power block. In the last analysis, it is always the hegemonic class or fraction which appears to hold state power in its unity, and it does this so explicitly that it often appears in Marx as the exclusively dominant class or fraction. Thus, political unity of the power block under the protection of the hegemonic class or fraction means unity of state power, insofar as it corresponds to the specific interests of this class or fraction. This characteristic is related, amongst other things, to the internal play of the institutions of the capitalist state, to the unity and relative autonomy peculiar to it, here considered from the point of view of the state's function vis-a-vis the power block. 4. From another point of view, this particular relation between the state and the hegemonic class or fraction in no way derives from a direct dependence of the state machine on this class or fraction. On the contrary, it goes hand in hand with the relative autonomy both from the latter, and even from the power block in its ensemble. 3. In fact, along with the coexistence on the terrain of political domination of the several classes and fractions which make up the power block, we find their characteristic incapacity to raise themselves to political unity under the protection of the hegemonic class or fraction. In other words, we find that the bourgeois class or fractions of that class are incapable of raising themselves to the hegemonic level through their own parties on the political scene. They are incapable of transforming their specific interest into the political interest which would polarize the interests of the other classes and fractions of the power block. Thus, they cannot provide the unity of the classes and fractions of this block. This is principally due to the profound division of the bourgeois class into antagonistic fractions, a division which starts from the level of the actual relations of production, this bourgeoisie which every moment sacrificed its general class interests, that is, its political interests, to the narrowest and most sordid private interests. 1. It is also due to the fact that on the side of the capitalist class of private capitalists the effect of isolation on socio-economic relations is not compensated by anything, as it is by collective labor on the side of the wage-earning workers of the working class. Left to themselves, the classes and fractions at the level of political domination are not only exhausted by internal conflicts but, more often than not, founder in contradictions which make them incapable of governing politically. Even if, in the ensemble of class relations in a capitalist formation, these are secondary contradictions or secondary aspects of the principal contradiction, their impact is all important. Coupled with the principal contradiction, or with its principal aspect, they create by their class functioning a permanently unstable situation of domination at the political level. For this, in fact, is what Gramsci insisted on in his text on Caesarism, even though he ascribed a theoretical specificity to the Caesarist phenomenon and did not consider it characteristic of the capitalist type of state. He did this by relating it to a catastrophe equilibrium between the fundamental social forces. However, he marks the limits of this explanation, while providing useful indications for the interpretation of this type of state. It would be an error of method to believe that in Caesarism, the entire new historical phenomenon is due to the equilibrium of the fundamental forces. It is also necessary to see the interplay of relations between the principal groups, of the fundamental classes and the auxiliary forces directed by, or subjected to, their hegemonic influence. Point 2. It is precisely these contradictory relations between the social forces of the bourgeois class, which is constitutively divided into fractions, which reveal the imminent Caesarist tendencies of the capitalist type of state in, for instance, Bonapartism as the religion of the bourgeoisie. It is clear how important these remarks are, when we consider that most contemporary political theories deny the existence of a dominant class and propound the conception of political elites between which power is shared. These theories are based on the notion that today's bourgeoisie no longer constitutes the monolithic and coherent class which it once did. Point 3. But in fact, the bourgeoisie has never constituted a class subject of this kind, though this, of course, does not alter its characteristic class dominance or the unity of its institutionalized power. This unity is relatively autonomous from the bourgeois class, maintaining an unambiguous correspondence to the specific interests of the hegemonic fraction of that class. What is the role of the state in this case? In fact, it is the factor of the political unity of the power block under the protection of the hegemonic class or fraction. In other words, it is the factor of hegemonic organization of this class or fraction, since its specific interests are able to polarize those of the other classes or fractions in the power block. Marxist theory has often accentuated this role of the state vis-a-vis the classes or fractions in power, but it has normally described it as the state's role of arbitration. This latter myth stems from a misunderstanding of the overdetermining role played by the secondary contradictions in a formation, and we must therefore destroy it. In this case, we are not, strictly speaking, concerned with the state's function vis-a-vis classes or fractions already politically organized by means of their own parties, i.e. we are not concerned with arbitration between already constituted social forces. Everything happens precisely as if the state permanently played the role of political organizer of the power block, something which will become clearer when we study the capitalist state's relations to the parties of the classes and fractions of this block. The state plays this role only because the political parties of the bourgeois class and of its fractions are unable to play an autonomous organizational role, let alone one analogous to the role of the working classes parties. Hence the state's essential role emerges more clearly as the factor of the political unity of the power block under the protection of the hegemonic class or fraction, and as the organizing factor of the interests of the hegemonic class or fraction. Point 4. With regard to the dominant classes and fractions, the capitalist state presents an intrinsic unity, combined with its relative autonomy, not because it is the tool of an already politically unified class, but precisely because it is the unifying factor of the power block. Social forces, therefore, do not share institutionalized power. What we have here is a case of several classes and fractions present on the terrain of political domination, which are able to assure this domination only to the extent that they are politically unified. The state derives its own unity from this plurality of dominant classes and fractions, insofar as their relation is incapable of functioning by means of a share out of power and needs the state as the organizational factor of their strictly political unity. This unity is realized under the protection of the hegemonic class or fraction and thus corresponds to the unity of the state as the organizational factor of this class or fraction. In this sense, the unity of state power is, in the last analysis, to be found in the state's particular relation to the hegemonic class or fraction, i.e. in the fact of the univocal correspondence of the state to the specific interests of that class or fraction. This is precisely what Marx meant in his analyses of France during the period 1848–52. He demonstrates over and over again the coexistence of this relation between the state and the power block and the unitary functioning of institutionalized power to the benefit of the hegemonic class or fraction. Using these facts, we can destroy another fairly widespread contemporary myth, according to which the bourgeois state of the past was the representative of the bourgeois class, whilst the present-day monopoly capitalist state is the representative only of the monopolist fraction. Strictly speaking, this is doubly incorrect, although the capitalist state represents the interests of the power block as a whole, it has always functioned in a specific relation with the hegemonic class or fraction of this block, and it has always been at the service of the specific interests of this class or fraction. This, of course, did not prevent the political domination of other classes and fractions of the power block. From another point of view, the present-day relation between the state and the hegemonic monopolist fraction in no way prevents other fractions of the bourgeoisie from belonging to the power block. I cannot here go into this problem since discussion of it would take us too far afield. I shall simply point out that although the development of imperialism gave rise to new cleavages and to displacements of contradictions, it did not abolish the fundamental coordinates of the power block. Moreover, this function of the capitalist state also determines its relative autonomy vis-à-vis the power block and to the hegemonic class or fraction, an autonomy which may take on several concrete forms. The state may, for example, present itself as the political guarantor of the interests of various classes and fractions of the power block against the interests of the hegemonic class or fraction, and it may sometimes play off those classes and fractions against the latter. But it does this in its function of political organizer of the hegemonic class or fraction and forces it to admit the sacrifices necessary for its hegemony. To say, therefore, as in the Communist Manifesto, that the state is the managing committee for the common affairs of the bourgeoisie in its ensemble is both correct and insufficient. It is insufficient if it makes us lose sight of the state's complex role vis-à-vis the power block, and its particular relation to the hegemonic class or fraction. It is this relative autonomy of the state which is to be found particularly in the case of Bonapartism. In fact, Marx shows that the concrete historical case of French Bonapartism originates from the contradictions of the classes and fractions in power, and from the inability of any one of these to raise itself to be the hegemonic class or fraction and thus to take the unification of the power block under its protection. From this point of view, the Second Empire is related to the dissolution of the power block under the protection of finance capital. The party of order was a combination of heterogeneous social substances. The question of revision of the constitution generated a political temperature at which the product again decomposed into its original constituents. The disintegration of the party of order did not stop at its original elements. Each of the two great factions, in its turn, underwent decomposition anew. 5. Parallel to this, in the same context, Marx insists on the point that the hegemony of financial capital is threatened at the moment when it breaks with its political party and becomes Bonapartist. 6. The state of the Second Empire is thus relatively autonomous from the power block and from this financial fraction, even though it serves the interests of the bourgeoisie in its ensemble and in particular the interests of financial capital, a point to which Marx returns in the Civil War in France. 7. Constantly throughout their concrete political analyses, Marx and Engels relate Bonapartism, as characteristic of the capitalist type of state, to its intrinsic unity and to the relative autonomy which it derives from its function vis-à-vis the power block and the hegemonic class or fraction. But here too it is necessary to be wary of the notion of equilibrium. This relative autonomy of the state from the power block and the hegemonic class or fraction does not depend on an equilibrium of the force of the dominant classes and fractions, amongst which institutionalized power operates as arbitrator. In fact, as a general rule, it is precisely that hegemonic class or fraction whose political organization is constituted by the state, which is preponderant amongst the other forces of the power block, but this privileged position which it occupies does not prevent the relative autonomy of the state from it. In this case, too, it is clear that the state's unity and relative autonomy take on particular forms in the various concrete forms of the state and of the regime. These are variations within the limits fixed by its structures. The separation of powers. In order to clarify further the intrinsic unity of the capitalist state, we shall consider the institutions proper to that state. In particular we shall examine the famous theory of separation of powers. In fact, despite the declaration of a separation of powers, the capitalist state functions as a centralized unity, organized as a result of the dominance of one of these powers over the others. But this distinction between the legislative and the executive is not a simple juridical distinction, It corresponds both to the precise relations of political forces and to real differences in the functioning of state institutions. However, the important point at the moment is to emphasize that, contrary to a conception of a multi-centered, balanced share out of the state's internal power, we can always decipher the characteristic dominance of one of these powers, i.e. of that one which constitutes the principal instance of state unity. This instance constitutes the nodal point where unitary institutionalized power is concentrated within the complex state organization. It reflects the index of the internal relations of subordination by the delegation of power, of the various state powers, to this dominant power, which constitutes the principle of the unity of state power. How can we decipher this central place of institutionalized power? The unity of the capitalist state stems from the fact both that it represents the political unity of the people-nation and that it constitutes the political unity of the power block under the protection of the hegemonic class or fraction. The principal instance of the internal unity of the state is the place where the relation between these two principles of state unity are concentrated, the place where the legitimacy of institutionalized political power is expressed. In the relation between the state and the isolated socio-economic relations, that instance constitutes the place where popular sovereignty is reflected. In the relation between the state and the dominant classes or fractions, that instance denotes the place where the hegemonic class or fraction is constituted inside the state being the factor which unifies the power block under the protection of the hegemonic class or fraction. As a general rule, that place remains the same. And this is so precisely to the extent that, in this institutional place and through the intermediary of the state, this class or fraction manages to set itself up as the representative of the people's general interest, as the materialization of popular sovereignty. It thus manages to establish its specific interests as the interests of the power block and under its protection to realize the unity of this block. In short, that instance of the internal unity of the capitalist state concentrates the relation between the two principles of unity of institutionalized power. Through the intermediary of the state, it is the place where the political organization of the hegemonic class or fraction is constituted vis-a-vis society and the power block. These remarks allow us to decipher how the state functions in a unificatory manner. Despite the apparent separation of powers, we should also go yet more deeply into the state's relation to the power block. I must repeat that the legislative/executive distinction in fact encompasses a whole series of heterogeneous factors. The important point here is to see why and how these factors, reflected in the relation between the state and the power block, have been precisely institutionalized as executive/legislative relations, and what is more, have been conceived as a separation of powers. In the terrain of political domination, the presence of several classes and fractions is fundamental. We can in fact establish that the distinction between powers is due to the complex relations of the classes and fractions of this block, and it was instituted in case the different classes and fractions of this block should gain a hold either over the executive or over the legislative, i.e. in case these different classes or fractions should crystallize in different institutional places. In this sense, the distinction between institutional powers is a typical characteristic of a state functioning over and against the power block. Marx gives us some indications of this in the 18th Brumaire and in the class struggles in France, where he studies the relation between the executive and the legislative, before Louis Bonaparte's coup d'état, as reflecting the relations between the financial fraction and the industrial fraction. In what sense does this distribution of powers really function? In the case where the executive and the legislative are controlled by the same hegemonic class or fraction, the distinction of powers is non-existent in its functioning. This is too obvious to need stressing. We need only mention the classic case of Britain, where, despite appearances, the legislative/executive distinction has, until recently, never really functioned. This results from the particular configuration and functioning of the power block in Britain, which we have noted frequently above. It is more interesting to see what happens when the executive and the legislative reflect different classes or fractions of the power block. Is there, in this case, a real separation of state powers, in short, an effective sharing of the political power to the advantage of these different classes or fractions? This is by no means so. In this case, in fact, the unity of institutionalized power is maintained by being concentrated around the dominant place where the hegemonic class or fraction is reflected. The other powers function more especially as resistances to the dominant power, inserted into the unitary function of the state. They contribute to the organization of the hegemony of the class or fraction which is reflected as a political force in the dominant power. Point 8. This can be noted both in the formation of the state resulting from the French Revolution and also on the level of political theory, in particular in the work of Montesquieu, who was certainly the most important and influential theorist of political democracy. Both Eisenman and Althusser IX have shown that Montesquieu in no way established the separation of powers, as he is claimed to have done, and that his theory of the distribution of powers, which presupposes a state unity, does not refer to a constitutional/juridical conception of a separation of the various spheres of legality. It refers to a certain conception of the relations of social classes in struggle, within the framework of the transition period considered by Montesquieu. The relations between the executive and the legislative are related to a certain conception of the relations between social forces, i.e. relations between royalty, with its seat in the executive power, nobility, with its seat in the upper chamber, and the people, the bourgeoisie, with its seat in the lower chamber. But Montesquieu says something more. His conception of the distribution of powers presupposes a conception of the unity of institutional power, in the sense that this distribution is not conceived as a separation sharing which threatens the unity. The unity is itself related to the dominance of one of these powers over the others, which constitutes the nodal point of state power. Althusser poses the problem correctly, although he retains the term sharing. If we are satisfied with revealing, beneath the mythical cover of the separation of powers, the real operation of a share out of power between different political forces, it seems to me that we run the risk of entertaining the delusion of a natural, prima facie equitable share out. We have passed from power to might, but have the terms really changed? It is never merely a question of equilibrium and sharing. This is the last myth which I want to denounce. For this clarification itself poses a question: to whose advantage is this share out made? And Althusser clearly shows that, in Montesquieu's theory, the dominant institutionalized power, the organizational center of state unity, is provided by the upper chamber, the seat of the nobility. Let us take as our example the distribution of powers as set up in the state resulting from the French Revolution. Point 10. The separation of the executive from the legislative in the framework of the Constituent Assembly of 1789 corresponds to the conflict between the nobility and the bourgeoisie, which held, respectively, the executive and the legislative. In the framework of this distribution, and within the framework of this newly created bourgeois state based on popular sovereignty, the distribution is carried out to the advantage of the executive and the nobility. The convention overturns this stage of affairs and redistributes the executive and the legislative. The executive is here in the hands of the commercial fraction of the bourgeoisie, later represented by the Montagnards, while the legislature is in the hands of the financial and industrial fraction, represented by the Gironde. Within the unity of this bourgeois state, it is, in the long run, the financial bourgeoisie and the legislative power which assume the dominant role, and this ends in the permanent eviction of the Montagnards from power. The case is even clearer in the framework of the Constitution of the Third Republic. Point 11. The Bordeaux Assembly endowed France with the republican regime as it was to function for a long time through the so-called Loi de Trente, which regulated ministerial responsibility and the relations between the President and the Assembly, but it did not in any way propose to institute the dominance of Parliament which the functioning of this form of state raised. In fact, the financial bourgeoisie and the big landed proprietors, represented by the monarchists and the Bonapartists, aimed at instituting the primacy of the executive over the legislative for two reasons: because their seats in Parliament appeared weak in the face of the radicals and the Republicans, and under Thiers and MacMahon, they were able to establish themselves within the administrative body of the executive. It is moreover just this dominance of the executive which characterizes MacMahon's presidency. However, in the course of the evolution of the Third Republic, by a complex process whereby these classes and fractions were able to establish their control over Parliament and over the Senate, the distribution of powers no longer assumed more than a formal importance, since legislative power remained the central instance of the state. 5. The problem in the forms of state and the forms of regime, the legislative and the executive. Forms of state, forms of legitimacy. This relation between the legislative and the executive provides us with an excellent example for the concrete analysis of the problem of forms of state and the degrees of unity and relative autonomy characterizing each form. In the light of the preceding analyses, this will help us to establish the exact relevance of the criterion of legislative/executive relations for distinguishing between forms of state. I shall have to make two preliminary remarks. One, apart from its political significance in the relations of class power, and leaving aside its constitutional juridical expression which is most often an ideological product, this legislative/executive distinction covers several heterogeneous factors. First of all, it covers factors of a technical order which concern the functioning of the state, insofar as the executive, in the broad sense of the term, encompasses in particular what has been called the state apparatus, i.e. the bureaucracy, administration, police, army. Its functioning within the capitalist state cannot be absorbed into the functions peculiar to the directly elective assemblies, i.e. the representatives in the strict sense. As a result, the distinction between these powers and the dominance of one of them over the other undoubtedly cover differential forms of the articulation of the economic and the political, and indeed of the intervention/non-intervention of one in the other. For example, a predominance of the executive often implies a specific intervention of the political in the economic. 1. 2. The distinction between the forms of state is, of course, related to variations of the articulation of the economic and the political within the limits set by the dominance of the CMP in the periodization into phases of a capitalist formation. It concerns a whole series of transformations of state functions, of displacements of dominance between these functions, of differentiations of forms of the intervention of the political in the economic and of the economic in the political. 2. But, as we have noted, although these variations concerning the forms of state cover the differential forms of the intervention and non-intervention of the economic and the political in the structures, they are not directly determined by it. In other words, they are reflected in differential state forms only by being concentrated in the relations between the state and the field of the class struggle, i.e. in the relations between the state and isolation of socio-economic relations, and the relations between the state and the power block, in the framework of the political class struggle, and according to the forms of combination of these two relations. 3. The relevance of the criterion of the legislative/executive distinction as a distinctive feature of the typology of state forms can thus be established. While that distinction covers differential functions of the state, which are related to variations in the forms of intervention/non-intervention of the economic and political, this distinction is not in itself relevant as a criterion of forms of state. This is because the correlation between forms of state and the legislative/executive distinction is itself overdetermined. The relevance of the criterion of legislative/executive relations is based on the fact that the state's relation to the economic and political class struggle is concentrated in it. Moreover, it is that which allows us to understand why and how the differential forms of articulation of the economic and the political characteristic forms of state are reflected in a relevant way in the legislative/executive relation. 4. A. In the state's relation to the isolation of the economic class struggle, this distinction appears relevant because it corresponds to differentiations between the forms of legitimacy of the capitalist state. 5. Thus, it corresponds to differentiations between the complex ideological processes through which the state presents itself as the representative of the unity of the people-nation and through which it acts to produce the political disorganization of the dominated classes. This results from the fact that the very isolation of socio-economic relations is merely the effect of the juridico-political and of the ideological. In fact, whether the hegemonic class or fraction is reflected in the legislative or in the executive, since that place will be the dominant instance of the state, it must also concentrate the state's relation to the economic class struggle. However, the forms in which the executive or the legislative present themselves as the unity of the people-nation are different. The characteristic predominance of the legislative or of the executive thus specifies the forms of the state in the relation state/isolation of socio-economic relations, since that predominance corresponds to differentiations between the forms of bourgeois legitimacy. The specific transformations of articulation, of intervention and non-intervention of the economic and of the political which characterize the stages of a capitalist formation are reflected in the state by differentiations in legitimacy. In fact, although in the framework in which parliament predominates, legitimacy tends to be conflated with legality, that is to say with a specific normative system of rule-making, which presents itself as the general will decreed by the people's representatives. The ideological processes function in a different way as regards the legitimacy of the executive. The role of parliamentary publicity decreases, and this produces a masking of real knowledge about the bureaucracy, charismatic elements. Inserted, of course, in the type of bourgeois legitimacy, become important since they concentrate hierarchical legitimacy by delegating the power of the state apparatus to the person of a leader. This leader presents himself as the representative of the unity of the people-nation, through a whole gamut of ideological weapons grasped today by the ideological phrase personalization of power. Thus, the state's relation as representative to the social classes is short-circuited and operates here by embezzling the role of parties and by the state apparatus's direct manipulating of public opinion, etc. Marx's analyses, in which he points to the displacement of dominance from the legislative to the executive as the relevant criterion for forms of state, must be interpreted in this sense. The bourgeois forms of legitimacy are transformed, and this, it seems to me, is exactly what Marx wished to stress when he said that the executive power, as opposed to the legislative power, expresses the nation's heteronomy as opposed to its autonomy. This point must be stressed, for a whole parliamentary tradition of the working class movement has expressed its distrust of the executive power by interpreting these analyses as a challenge to the executive's legitimacy. This has allowed them to make a cheap critique of the executive's predominance and to refuse to make an adequate critique of the capitalist state as such. In short, this tradition sees parliamentary legitimacy as the only authentic legitimacy of bourgeois political democracy, and it sees in the predominance of the executive an illegitimate power, a kind of deformation of the national popular class state. 7. It could not be more false. In the framework of the capitalist class state, parliamentary legitimacy is no closer to the people than that legitimacy which corresponds to the predominance of the executive. In fact, these are always ideological processes in both cases. In the case of a predominance of the executive, legitimacy can perfectly well be inserted in the framework of the popular sovereignty of the capitalist type of state, unlike other types of legitimacy which it resembles only in a very superficial way. This legitimacy is only a differential form of the type of bourgeois legitimacy. In his analyses of the Second Empire, Marx demonstrates quite clearly how Louis Bonaparte managed to get his executive power to pass as the representative of the unity of the people-nation, as the incarnation of popular sovereignty, by even actually re-establishing the universal suffrage previously abolished by the parliamentary republic. Thus the executive's legitimacy is often characterized as a series of ruses, whereby the predominance of the executive attempts to mask its illegitimacy by borrowing features from the one possible kind of popular sovereignty, that of parliament. In fact, the situation is not at all like this. Rather, their common characteristics are based on the fact that they are merely differential forms of the popular sovereignty of the people-nation. The ideological processes which govern classical parliamentary legitimacy, and therefore the legitimacy of French Bonapartism, are in fact only differential forms of the same type. The proof, as history has shown, is that the popular sovereignty of political democracy finds its expression equally well in a classical parliamentarism and in a Bonapartist semi-dictatorship. Even Max Weber noted the deep typological kinship between the legitimacy of parliamentary supremacy and what he described as that of authoritarian political forms. 8. This legislative/executive distinction, concerning the relation between the state and the dominated classes, is a relation between the state and the isolation of the socio-economic relations. It concerns forms of legitimacy and, as a general rule, it is not directly determined by the political struggle of the dominated classes. Let me explain. In the parliamentarist deformation, it is often held that Parliament presents itself to the dominant classes as a place of danger, since it may be conquered at any time by the dominated classes as a result of universal suffrage. And so, in this sense, the legislative/executive distinction is a guarantee for the dominant classes, since, in case of the dominated classes taking Parliament by storm, it allows the center of gravity of the unity of power to move. From Koski 9 onwards, many authors have interpreted progressions towards a predominance of the executive on the basis of a parliamentary advance of the dominated classes. Marx and Engels, with no experience of such situations, sometimes appear to slide towards this interpretation, but it is, generally speaking, a myth. In fact, as far as the conquest of Parliament by the dominated classes is concerned, class domination has at its disposal a whole gamut of defenses to protect itself from such misadventures. Point 10. Besides, the dominant classes have never in the long run been mistaken on this point. It is only in very rare cases that a predominance of the executive characteristic of a form of state has corresponded to any risk that the dominated classes might conquer Parliament. This is proved by the numerous Western countries in which the predominance of the executive is nowadays asserted, but which, for the most part, are far from running this risk, a risk which has for a long time been diffused in the classical parliamentary framework. This is not to say that the dominant classes did not believe in this danger at a certain time, and in this respect, this belief of theirs was exactly parallel to illusions suffered by a fraction of the working class movement. But the behavior of the Social Democrats soon stifled such fears on the part of the dominant classes. The contemporary predominance of the executive corresponds effectively to the difficulties met by the monopolist fraction in organizing its political hegemony with regard to the dominated classes in Parliament, but these difficulties are no evidence of a real danger of Parliament being taken over by the dominated classes. That would be something quite different. Point 11. In any case, even if this danger proved to be justified, it would be impossible to interpret it as a conquest of political power by the dominated classes, not only because state power would in this case be concentrated in the executive, but also because of the whole range of functioning of the state's power and apparatus in a capitalist formation. b. In the state's relation to the power block, the displacement of dominance from the legislative to the executive is a relevant criterion for differentiating between forms of state, in that it concerns the modifications of the hegemonic fraction of the power block according to the stages of a formation and the displacement of those places in which the political power of this fraction with regard to the power block is reflected, cf. the displacements of hegemony from the industrial fraction to the financial fraction, and then the monopolist fraction. For example, the characteristic predominance of the executive where the monopolies are hegemonic is a direct response to a particular incapacity to organize this hegemony, with regard to the power block, in the parliamentary framework. The particularly acute contradictions between the various fractions of the power block in the monopolist stage, geared and reflected in Parliament through a particular dislocation between these fractions and the parties due to traditional survivals of party representation, account for this organizational incapacity. Henceforth, hegemony is organized through different processes, inside the executive. This becomes clearer in this form of state when we look at the relation implied by that form between the state and the parties of the power block. It is true that the concrete modalities of party representation are inserted into the political scene, according to the strictly political periodization into forms of regime. But for all that, the relation between the forms of state and the functioning of parties is not unimportant. The forms of state fix the limits for the parties' functioning in the political scene, they circumscribe the general framework of the party's role vis-a-vis the power block and its political class organization. In other words, the forms of state are related to the role of the parties of the power block, in that they are linked to the class relations of the power block, to the modalities of political organization of this block. These forms of state thus set the limits to the space occupied by the political scene, so, in a very general way, that predominance of the executive which is characteristic of a form of state corresponds, as far as the power block is concerned, to a characteristic decline of the specific organizational role of the parties of this bloc. This can have numerous consequences, for example the substitution of pressure groups for parties, etc. 12. This is a case in which the state takes direct control of the political organization of the hegemonic fraction and of its hegemony vis-a-vis the power bloc. Thus, as a general rule, the predominance of the executive, which is characteristic of a form of state, signifies today a particularly sharp failure of the monopolist fraction to organize through its own parties its hegemony vis-a-vis the people nation and hegemony vis-a-vis the power bloc. There is, in short, a recrudescence of organizational political practice by the state apparatus. Point 13. This broad distinction between the legislative and the executive is no substitute for a specific study of the various centers of political power, in the various forms of state. These centers comprise a variety of institutional places such as the assemblies, the administration, the army, the police, the magistracy, the municipalities, the political parties themselves, the various present-day commissions such as the Planning Commission and Economic and Social Council in France, etc. What is necessary then is to distinguish these places from centers of economic power and those of ideological power. When we look at the state's concrete functioning and at the various forms of legitimacy, the distribution of these institutional positions appears as a general rule to coincide with the executive/legislative distinction. This is particularly evident when we study the contemporary political system, which exhibits a polycentrism of these places, i.e. a multiplicity of political power centers, which are concentrated in the currently predominant executive. This predominance corresponds to the hegemony of monopolies, and to their incapacity to organize this hegemony over the power bloc and over the people nation by means of their own political parties in parliament. Hence there is a decline of the parties in the power bloc, a recrudescence of the political role of the state apparatus, and an organization of this hegemony of the monopolies by means of the state in the executive itself. This polycentrism of the executive merely reflects in its functioning the current relations of the power bloc to the monopolies, since the executive in its ensemble satisfies the interests of the monopolies. Given that particular hierarchical organization of delegated functions which specifies the executive, this hegemony of the monopolies is today assured by the conquest of the heights of the executive, not only of the top state personnel but also, and in particular, the higher echelons of the executive, none of which, however, prevents the relative autonomy of the state apparatus, the bureaucracy's own political role, etc. In short, the class relations of the power bloc, which used to be reflected either in the legislative or in the legislative/executive relations, now tend increasingly to be transposed to the centers of the executive itself and to opt for the executive's particular functioning. It is now necessary to consider the problem of the unity of the capitalist state in the case in which the legislative and executive are differentiated, in the manner established above. The predominance of one of these powers represents the central instance of the unity of the state in that it concentrates within it the two following principles of state unity: it reflects the political legitimacy of a formation and it is the seat of the hegemonic fraction's organization. In a given period, however, certain dislocations may occur. Parliament may continue to present itself as the representative place of popular sovereignty, of the unity of the people nation, whilst the hegemonic fraction is reflected in the executive. The correspondence between the form of state legitimacy and the dominance of elected assemblies is then clear, although the hegemonic fraction does not succeed in imposing its hegemony within the parliamentary framework and retreats to the executive. In this case, there is clearly no kind of disarticulation of state power, i.e. there is no kind of double power of institutionalized separate powers. The unity of institutionalized power is organized under the dominance of that power which is the seat of the hegemonic class or fraction of the power bloc. In fact, there is here a dislocation between the double hegemonic function of this class or fraction, for while, through the intermediary of the state, it continues to hold its hegemony over the power bloc, it loses its hegemony vis-a-vis the ensemble of the social formation. This is reflected in a distortion between the institutional seat of its power and the form of the state's legitimacy. In such a situation, which may actually go as far as a political crisis. There is a brief period of recrudescence in the activity of the state repressive apparatus, and it is during this period that the state falls under the direct control of this class or fraction. However, the state finishes by regaining its relative autonomy vis-a-vis this class or fraction, by operating with a view to coinciding with the form of legitimacy, and it does this, whether by re-establishing the old state of affairs through a whole series of modifications of electoral regimes, of interventions in party relations, etc., or by modifying the legitimacy itself through various means. Forms of regime, political parties. It is self-evident that these forms of state can be studied concretely only in their combination with forms of regime, taking in the political scene, by circumscribing the general framework for the role of the parties vis-a-vis the power bloc. The political scene concerns the concrete modalities of party representation in relation to the open or declared action of the social forces. The combination of forms of state with the configuration of the political scene produces political regimes. I shall avoid a study in depth of the problem of a typology of political regimes, by referring only to Duverger's particularly important remarks on this subject in his various books. He was the first author to demonstrate the relations in this typology between the predominance or equilibrium of the executive or legislative and the concrete configuration of the political scene. In this way he demonstrates the importance of factors like the number of parties and the structure peculiar to these parties. Point 14. His analyses can give us very useful indications, provided that emphasis is laid on the fact that Duverger, like most political scientists, fails to operate the distinction between the two periodizations and the two cases in question, which are here those of forms of state and forms of regime. His typology of forms of regime absorbs the distinction with forms of state. In my analyses of the power block I pointed out 15 that the lack of a distinction between the two cases and the two periodizations leads to a confusion between the class configuration of the power block and the party relations in the political scene. Thus, it becomes difficult to localize the various dislocations and exactly to decipher the class frame of the political scene. In this case, the lack of such a distinction also produces its own effects. Because of it, we cannot see that the distinction into regimes takes on a totally different sense according to the various forms of state in which these regimes are situated. We can divide up these regimes only if we start from the forms of state circumscribing their space. It is only in this way that what appears as a correlation can be made into an explanation, by reference to the ensemble of the coordinates of a stage of a formation and to political class practice, and what appears to be a comminatory is revealed to be a precise combination. Point 16. The unity and relative autonomy peculiar to the capitalist state vis-a-vis the dominant classes and fractions and their degrees and concrete forms can therefore be studied only in this combination of forms of state and regime, and this is so, insofar as they are closely tied to the concrete modalities of party representation, to the forms of political organization of the power bloc. If we take as our example only the separation of powers and the unity of institutionalized power, we see that the separation functions quite differently when the legislative predominates in either a multi-party or a two-party system, or again when the executive predominates in either a loose or a rigid two-party or multi-party system. Point 17. However, the distinction between forms of state and forms of regime is absolutely vital for us when we study the relation between unity of the state and the unity of the hegemonic class or fraction of the power bloc, as it appears in the political scene in the framework of regimes. In short, it is vital for distinguishing the real effects on the unity of state power of the combination between forms of state and forms of regime, effects which often misleadingly appear to be effects of the regime alone. Let us consider as an example a form of state with predominance of the legislative and a multi-party regime. This is the typical case in which governing party coalitions appear to threaten the unity of state power by sharing it out amongst the various parties of this coalition. In fact, most often the unity of state power is faced by the unity of the power bloc under the protection of the hegemonic class or fraction, i.e. there is an unambiguous relation between state power and this class or fraction. We can show this by examining the form of state and the class configuration of the power bloc, and by this means, we shall also make clear the exact arrangement of the masked actors on the political scene. In fact, in such a case, the unity of state power is revealed by the parliamentary organization of the hegemony of this class or fraction over the others, whether by the complex dominance of the hegemonic classes or fractions party over the other parties or by a complex mediation of representation in the political scene, by means of which this class or fraction is represented inside the various parties of this coalition, or else it is revealed by the fact that the party, or parties, of this class or fraction hold the key sectors of government. Moreover, it is through this combination of forms of state and forms of regime that we can also evaluate the degrees of the state's relative autonomy vis-a-vis the dominant classes or fractions. For example, the autonomy of a form of state in which the executive predominates depends on the concrete class configuration of the power block, on the party's general role, as delimited by this form of state, and on the party's particular behavior in the political scene in the framework of forms of regime. In other words, the predominance of the executive implies an increased state autonomy vis-a-vis these classes and fractions only when it is combined with a characteristic decline of the party's organizational role reflected right in the political scene, a correlation which occurs quite often and is particularly clear in the case of the historical phenomenon of French Bonapartism. As Gramsci pointed out, following Marx, it is manifested in a situation of crisis of party representation, i.e. by a rupture between the various classes or fractions and their representatives. 18. It is, however, often possible to decipher variations within this correlation. For example, the relative autonomy of the state may be more important in a multi-party regime in which the legislative predominates than in a two-party regime in which the executive predominates and where the structures are strong and these parties' internal discipline is rigid, or it may be more important still in a multi-party regime where the executive predominates. The combination which I have already pointed out may provide us with an explanation. In the case of a two-party system where the party's internal discipline is strong, the monopolies apparently exhibit a particular capacity for their own political organization of their hegemony, and this reduces the importance of the autonomy of the state apparatus with regard to them. The relations between the open action of the hegemonic fraction and the power block, as well as the organization of their hegemony vis-a-vis the people nation, are already knit together inside one single party, or inside two parties which alternate in occupying the forefront of the political scene. The hegemonic fraction becomes the ruling fraction by occupying the heights of this or these parties by means of its agents. This is a political concept and not a mere word designating interpersonal relations. This is clearly the case in the USA, where the party's weaker organization has sometimes allowed a relative autonomy to the state, which came into play in Roosevelt's New Deal. This autonomy has also come into play in the particular case of the 1945 Labour government in Britain. 19. V. Bureaucracy and elites. 1. The problem and theory of elites. We can now make a rigorous examination of the state apparatus. In Marxist theory, of course, this discussion has always centered around the problem of bureaucracy, although this is in fact only one, if the most important, of the aspects of the state apparatus. Moreover, theoretical research has been widely distorted because of the errors of Trotsky's analyses and in particular because of the ideological rubbish churned out by his successors. I shall therefore try to avoid the ideological terrain of this discussion by staying close to the scientific analyses provided by Marx, Engels, Gramsci, and Lenin on this subject. The only other analyses which I shall use will be Max Weber's, since, although he is open to many criticisms, it can be stated with certainty that he has made the most successful attempt at elucidating this problem. I shall begin with a short examination of the theories of political elites, since such theories have been considerably influential in contemporary political theory and since they are explicitly offered as critiques of the Marxist theory of the political. But without any doubt they are addressed to misinterpretations of Marxism, though Marxist theory has laid itself open to these critiques by frequently allowing its scientific concepts to be distorted. In short, most of the theories of political elites pose problems which can no more be solved by Marxism distorted in this way than by the ideological perspectives proposed by them themselves. Such problems can be resolved only within the scientific problematic of Marxism. In fact, these theories of political elites tackle two relatively distinct problems and pose the question of the relation between them. These problems are a. That of the politically dominant class, sometimes covered in the conception of political elites by the specific term of political class. In this respect, the principal complaint against Marxist theory is that it supposedly claims a necessary identity between the economically dominant class and the politically dominant class. Against that, these theories claim that this identity is not always present, and starting from there undertake various attempts to elaborate a conception of political power differing radically from the Marxist conception. Grafted onto this critique is the current which posits the so-called transformations of the capitalist system. According to it, we cannot nowadays talk of an economically dominant class in the Marxist sense of the term, since the separation of ownership from control, the circulation and mobility among social groups, etc., make it necessary for us to have recourse to other explanations of the formation of political power. b. That of the state apparatus and the bureaucracy. a. In the Marxist conception, these theories see an empirical concentration of all political functions in the hands of the economically politically dominant class and their practical exercise by the members of that class themselves. For instance, the feudal class exercised control over the functions of political government, of public administration, of the military, etc., but this is effectively not the case for the bourgeoisie. And so, on this theory, it is necessary theoretically to explain this dislocation by recourse to a conception which locates the basis of political power in the very existence of the state apparatus and which, by confusing state power with state apparatus, attributes to the bureaucracy its own political power. b. In Marxist theory, these theories see the conception of a state functioning as a mere tool for the domination of the dominant class. Marxist theory would thus deny even the possibility of examining the relative autonomy of the bureaucracy vis-a-vis the dominant class. Those who hold this view are forced to have recourse to attributing to the bureaucracy an autonomous political power, parallel to economic or political class domination. For according to these theories, this is the only way to explain the particular functioning of the bureaucracy. Wright Mills expresses these critiques of distorted Marxist theory in an extremely clear form, when he explains why he rejects the term ruling class in favor of power elite. Ruling class is a badly loaded phrase, class is an economic term, rule a political one. The phrase ruling class thus contains the theory that an economic class rules politically. That shortcut theory may or may not at times be true, but we do not want to carry that one rather simple theory about in the terms that we use to define our problems. Specifically, the phrase ruling class, in its common political connotations, does not allow enough autonomy to the political order and its agents, and it says nothing about the military as such. We hold that such a simple view of economic determinism must be elaborated by political determinism and military determinism, that the higher agents of each of these three domains now often have a noticeable degree of autonomy. 1. Before examining the relations established by these theories between the state apparatus in the strict sense and what is designated as the politically dominant class, we shall take a quick look at the solutions suggested by these theories. As a general rule, they are concerned to find a basis for political power other than that acknowledged by Marxist theory, i.e. other than the complex relation between the political and the relations of production. There are several variants of this. For instance, they may follow Pareto and see a quasi-ontological relation between governors and governed. This is akin to Schmidt's Hegelian master/slave schema, or they may follow Mannheim's schema of the Verschwebende Intelligenz, starting from the elite's intellectual monopoly vis-a-vis the masses, or, following a more important current originating with Max Weber, they may start from the question of the control of the state apparatus, considering the state itself either as the exclusive foundation of political power, independent of the economic, or as the foundation of political power, independent from, but parallel to, economic power. This latter formulation is especially interesting for us. It deciphers the bureaucracy's functioning by starting from the bureaucracy's own political power, derived simply from its control of the state apparatus, which is the autonomous foundation of political power. What relations are admitted to exist between that social group which controls the state apparatus, especially the bureaucracy, and the other political elites? Or in Marxist terms, what are the relations between the bureaucracy and the dominant class? This question is all the more interesting in that it reveals an internal dispute between these theories, with some affirming the unity of political elites and others the plurality of political elites or governing categories. Moreover, this question also touches on a problem belonging to authentic Marxist theory, the problem of the unity and specific cohesion of the social category, the bureaucracy. A. The conception of the plurality of political elites or governing categories is unimportant, since it is merely a typical ideological reaction to the Marxist theory of the political. It is the reaction of the functionalist school. Point 2. Performing its ideological function, this denial of all unity amongst the so-called political elites or governing categories aims with the most perfect clarity at cutting off any route which might surreptitiously be taken towards an even minimal evocation of the class struggle. As soon as you admit the unity of these elites or categories, you run the risk of dangerous contact with those who still admit the existence of a dominant class, and, as if by chance, it is again Aaron who has perceived this most clearly. Under the protection of functionalism, which despecifies the concept and reality of the political, by considering it as the diffuse and indistinct function of the leadership of the various elements domains of an integrated social totality, the result is as follows. Political elites are defined according to their place of leadership in the various domains of the social reality. They are, therefore, political elites by virtue of being governing categories. They are a plurality both because these various domains have no other relations with them than that of being integrated in a circular fashion in the social ensemble, and because these high social strata of the various social groups represent divergent interests plurally integrated. Is it possible to maintain that the top trade unionists, the top personnel of all the important political parties, the top managers of the monopolies, the top state bureaucrats constitute a political unity? To say the least, this would be an overstatement. In this context, the state apparatus is supposed to possess its own political power, and the relation of this to the others is governed by the general conception of the parceling out of political power which is characteristic of the functionalist theory. B. The most interesting school for us is that which accepts the unity of political elites and sometimes expresses it by the notion of political class. Point 3. Although this school criticizes the Marxist conception of the dominant class, on the grounds that it fails to take account of the modern decentration of political functions and the role peculiar to the bureaucracy, and presupposes a political unity of the bourgeois class which no longer exists today, it nevertheless clearly intends to retain the general schema of political domination. This too contains several variants. The unity of these various elites is sometimes based on the mere fact of their relation with institutionalized political power. This power, without any possible foundation, is considered as a simple place whose very existence unifies the various elites, with the heights of the bureaucracy constituting simply one elite among others. Subsequently, this school attempts to discover parallel sources of political power, considering the economic itself as one source of power and the state as another. The elites, including the bureaucracy, though they are reduced to their relations to these various sources, are nonetheless unified, according to Wright Mills, by the fact that the heads of economic corporations, the political leaders and the military leaders, that is to say all the elites, belong to what he calls the corporate rich. In this case, this conception, which wanted to supersede so-called Marxist economic determinism and examine the autonomous functioning of the bureaucracy, appears to reduce the problem precisely to an economic overdeterminism. The political functioning of the state apparatus is absorbed into the fact that its members, along with other elites, belong to the unifying center of the high-income group. This unity is also occasionally related to the dominance over the other elites, either of that elite which holds power based on the relations of production or of that elite which holds power based on the actual control of the state apparatus, which is the parallel basis of political power. Moreover, this dominance is in fact totally inexplicable in the context of these conceptions. Finally, as in Burnham, this unity is sometimes explained by the fact that the various elites belong to the new technico-bureaucratic class of managers, which controls production in large enterprises through the so-called separation of ownership from control, and in the nationalized sector through its membership of the state apparatus. Since others have already made sufficiently exhaustive critiques of the theoretical presuppositions of these theories, I shall not undertake 1.4. The major defect of these theories consists in the fact that they do not provide any explanation of the foundation of political power. In addition, they acknowledge a plurality of sources for political power but can offer no explanation of their relations. They thus end in conclusions diametrically opposed to those which they originally envisaged, whilst giving a critique of the distorted Marxist conception of the dominant class, and whilst hoping in particular to examine the functioning peculiar to the bureaucracy, they end up by acknowledging the unity of the political elites. But in their case, this unity remains ideological. As far as the bureaucracy is concerned, since they recognize its own political power, they end up either by reducing its functioning to membership of an imaginary economic group, or by considering it as the exclusive subject of political power in a narrow sense or in a broad sense. 2. The Marxist position and the question of the class affiliation of the state apparatus. The problem posed by the theories of elites can now be resolved within the Marxist theory of the political. In fact, it is quite clear that such critiques of Marxist theory are aimed only at its distortions. In the first place, I shall examine the critique of the concept of the dominant class. This theory holds that the concept of class applies to the economic level alone, that of domination to the political level alone. Inevitably, therefore, by an improper extension, the concept of the dominant class implies that the economically dominant class is the politically dominant class. In fact, I demonstrated above in what sense it is entirely incorrect to say that the concept of class covers only the relation between the agents and the relations of production. Rather, it indicates the effects of the ensemble of the structure on the field of social relations. I also showed that the concepts of power and domination, in their relation to the concept of class, by no means cover only the level of political structures, but also the ensemble of the field of social relations, i.e. economic, political and ideological class practices. Starting from these considerations, we explain the possibility of decentration and dislocation between the various positions of economic, political, and ideological domination held by the various classes. While the economic level of relations of production determines in the last instance the places of power and domination in the field of the class struggle, it does this only through its reflection in the complex ensemble of a formation. We also came across numerous examples of dislocation between the economically and the politically dominant classes. In addition, having shown the complex structure and relative autonomy of the political, as well as the different spaces which it comprises, we showed the possibility of a decentration of the various political functions held by the various classes, for instance, differentiation between politically dominant classes which are part of the power block and the hegemonic class of this block, which ultimately holds political power and has the role of politically organizing the power block, or a differentiation between these and the ruling class which has the role of representation in the political scene. In short, the rigorous Marxist conception of the dominant class in no way implies an empirical concentration of the various political functions in the hands of the actual members of a class, but explains this possibility of decentration according to the concrete forms of the class struggle and according to the political structures, i.e. the types and forms of state, and the forms of regime. 1 But this is only a matter of the relations between various classes, and it completely fails to solve the problem posed by the state apparatus as a social group. I shall continue to use the term bureaucracy because of the importance it has assumed, although along with the army, the police, etc., it is only a part of that group commonly described by the Marxist classics as the state administration. In making the distinction between fraction, stratum, and category, I indicated that the bureaucracy constitutes a specific category. 2 When the complex whole of a mode of production and the specific efficacy of its various instances is taken into consideration, it is clear that the bureaucracy is the specific effect of the state's regional structure on the agents in a social formation. This same mechanism is noticeable in the case of the intellectuals in their relation to the region of ideology. Although it is true that this regional structure of the political also has effects on the agents distributed into social classes or fractions of classes, the production of this category of bureaucracy constitutes its specific effect. From the point of view of the bureaucracy, this is made clear first of all by the fact that it belongs to the state apparatus, in that, in some way, it sets the institutions of political power in operation. The bureaucracy as a social category of the state apparatus is, however, only one aspect of the problem. In fact, it is very important to distinguish the two senses which the term bureaucracy may assume, which are indeed the two senses bestowed on it by Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Gramsci. Strictly speaking, the second sense does not directly designate this social category but a specific system of organization and internal functioning of the state apparatus, which expresses above all the political impact of bourgeois ideology on the state, a phenomenon often expressed in the particular term of bureaucratism or bureaucratization. Point 3. This distinction takes on a double importance. It poses the question of the relations between bureaucracy and bureaucratism, between the location of this category and the functioning of the system of organization, in particular the functioning of the state apparatus, in a determinate social formation. It poses the question of the possibility of the permanent existence of bureaucratism, independent of the existence or non-existence of the bureaucracy as a social category. This is Lenin's whole problematic in his texts on the transition state in the USSR and on the permanence of bureaucratism, which he designates as the tendency towards bureaucratization, without the existence of the bureaucracy as a distinct category. In any case, these two aspects of the bureaucratic phenomenon always concern the state apparatus and not state power. In particular, the bureaucracy, as a specific social category, depends on the concrete functioning of the state apparatus and not on its own state power. The importance of this problem has undoubtedly been exaggerated. To start with, we can say that in itself the bureaucracy cannot constitute a particular class nor even a fraction of a class. Engels used the term class to designate it, but this was in exceptional circumstances and the term obviously cannot be retained. For what specifies the bureaucracy is precisely its peculiar relation to institutionalized power and the fact that it belongs to the state apparatus. Thus it can be only the effect of the state's relation to the economic structures and the social classes and fractions. In this context, to say that the bureaucracy has no specific place in the relations which define the classes at the level of the relations of production in the strict sense is not enough. Even if it were enough in order to reject the notion of the bureaucracy as a class already existing at the level of the relations of production, it would not be enough to reject the conception of it as a fraction of a class. In fact, autonomous fractions of classes can be defined at the level of political relations alone. Since the functioning of the bureaucracy is specified by its particular relation to the state, and by the fact that it belongs to the state apparatus, it can be strictly determined at the political level only by the class functioning of the state. In other words, what has sometimes been considered as a privileged characteristic of the bureaucracy not only does not constitute it as a social class or fraction of a class but, whilst specifying it as a category, precisely excludes it from being an autonomous fraction of a class at the political level, by circumscribing its functioning within the class power of the state. In other respects, the discussion which has sometimes led to falsifying this characteristic of the bureaucracy has borne upon the state's role in the process of production, i.e. on its various economic functions. These economic functions have sometimes appeared capable of attributing to the bureaucracy a specific place in the relations of production in the strict sense. But the state's functions are precisely circumscribed by its political class power. A good example is the case of the state bourgeoisie in certain developing countries. The bureaucracy may, through the state, establish a specific place for itself in the existing relations of production, or even in the not yet existing relations of production. But in that case it does not constitute a class by virtue of being the bureaucracy, but by virtue of being an effective class. This resume was essential in order to pose the problem of the relation between the bureaucracy and the classes and fractions of classes. The bureaucracy constitutes a specific category in that it has itself a class affiliation. This is a matter of the classes or fractions of social classes from which the various strata of the bureaucracy originate, from which the members of the administration are recruited. Marx, Engels, and Lenin insisted on the fact that the bureaucracy must, from this point of view, be regarded as distinguished into certain distinct strata, with differing recruitment and class affiliation. For example, in the case of the German and French bureaucracy, Marx and Engels distinguish what Lenin calls the heights of the bureaucracy, which belong respectively to the landed nobility and the bourgeoisie, and the subordinate strata belonging to the petty bourgeoisie. Moreover, concerning the class recruitment for the heights of the bureaucracy, Marx and Engels often distinguish between the various fractions of the bourgeois class, and in particular between the industrial and financial fractions. Point 4. Marx and Engels wanted to mark the importance of this class or fraction from which the heights of the bureaucracy are recruited by the specific concept of the class in charge of the state. This concept seemed indispensable to them, in order to indicate that this class or fraction might or might not identify itself with the hegemonic class or fraction of the power bloc, i.e. with what is normally but incorrectly designated as the politically dominant class or fraction. In short, the heights of the bureaucracy may depend on a politically dominant class or fraction which is part of the power bloc but which is not the hegemonic class or fraction of this bloc. Typical cases are the British state apparatus after 1830, and that of Germany after Bismarck, where these heights were recruited from the landowning class, although the bourgeoisie held the hegemonic place. Moreover, this class or fraction in charge of the state may or may not identify itself with the ruling class or fraction in the political scene. Throughout the examples which I have given, there has clearly been a whole series of dislocations between the hegemonic classes or fractions and those ruling or in charge of the state from which the heights of the bureaucracy are recruited. These remarks are important, since the whole problem of the bureaucracy is that it constitutes a specific category. This means that its particular functioning is not directly determined by its class membership, by the political functioning of those classes or fractions from which it originates. It depends on the concrete functioning of the state apparatus, i.e. on the place of the state in the ensemble of a formation and on its complex relations with the various classes and fractions. This is precisely why the bureaucracy, as a social category, is able to possess its own unity and coherence, despite the diversity of recruitment and class affiliation of its various strata. This political unity of the bureaucratic category cannot therefore be related to the class in charge of the state. Neither can it be related to that of the hegemonic class or fraction which, in the last analysis, holds state power. I shall concentrate on this point. When Marx and Engels distinguished between state power and state apparatus, they insisted on the fact that the bureaucracy was not an autonomous class or fraction and so could not have its own political power. So-called bureaucratic power is in fact the mere exercise of the state's functions, since the state is not the foundation of political power but the center of political power belonging to determinate classes, and so, in this case, to the hegemonic class or fraction. Point 5. In other words, in the last analysis, the functioning of the bureaucracy corresponds to the political interest of this class or fraction. This, however, is due to the intermediary of the state's complex relations with this classes or fractions' political power and not to that of the bureaucracy's class affiliation or recruitment. So while the bureaucracy has no class power of its own, nor does it directly exercise the power of the classes to which it belongs, furthermore, it fails to do this precisely because it belongs to these classes. This is clear in the case of a dislocation between the class or fraction in charge of the state and the hegemonic class or fraction. In such a case, as Marx and Engels show in their writings on Britain, the bureaucracy does not exercise a power of the class in charge, but a power of the hegemonic class or fraction. It is the more important to point this out, since frequent attempts are made to found this relation between the bureaucracy and the political power of the hegemonic class or fraction by trying to establish the identity of this latter with the class from which the heights of the bureaucracy originate, whether in the fantastical sense of Wright Mills or by the even more fantastical method of investigating mysterious and various hidden relations of near or distant kinship between these heights and the members of the hegemonic class or fraction. Thus we come to the second aspect of the problem. Even in the case where the hegemonic class or fraction is that from which the heights of the bureaucracy are effectively recruited, and where there is thus an identity between the hegemonic classes or fractions and those in charge of the state, the relation between the bureaucracy and the political power of the latter is not always directly determined by its class affiliation, it passes through the intermediary of the state. The characteristics of unity and cohesion peculiar to the bureaucracy as a specific category cannot be reduced by its class affiliation to the unity and cohesion of the class in charge, which is, in this case, also the hegemonic class. They depend on the bureaucracy's specific relation with the state and on the fact that it belongs to the state apparatus. It is precisely this which allows it to function politically with relative autonomy vis-a-vis the hegemonic class or fraction whose power it exercises. In fact, then, the bureaucracy poses a particular problem. Because of its specific relation with the state, in the case of an identity between the hegemonic class and the class in charge, the bureaucracy accedes to a relative autonomy with regard to the latter, and in the case of a dislocation between these classes, it puts itself at the service of the political interests of the hegemonic class, in spite of its class affiliation to the class in charge. In this latter case, it nevertheless still possesses a relative autonomy with regard to the hegemonic class, not by virtue of its affiliation to a different class but by its character as a specific category through the intermediary of its relation with the state. I therefore point out that in order to justify the relative autonomy of the bureaucracy's political functioning, there is no theoretical need to concede it its own political power, any more than it is necessary to attribute its own power to the state in order to justify the state's relative autonomy vis-a-vis the power bloc and the hegemonic class. While the bureaucracy's class affiliation does not directly determine its own political functioning, it does affect that functioning to some extent. Marx and Engels provide certain examples in which this is clearly the case, though generally within the limits set by the state's relation to the hegemonic classes. This is particularly striking in the case in which the hegemonic classes or fractions are different from the classes from which the bureaucracy is recruited, including the class in charge. But both in this case and as a general rule, the fact that the bureaucracy's class affiliation is to the class in charge has an impact which does not manifest itself in that class's own political power, and this is because the heights of the bureaucracy are recruited from within it. This is a political power other than that which it holds through its position in the class struggle. It is not a direct manifestation of power, but is reflected rather in the additional limits and barriers posed by the class affiliation of the heights of the bureaucracy to the hegemonic class or fraction. This, in fact, is the general conclusion to be drawn from Marx's analyses of the state apparatus in Britain and from Engels's analyses of the Prussian state apparatus. 6. Although in a much subtler way, this is what emerges in the periods of transition in the strict sense. In this case, because of the dominant role devolving upon the political instance, because of the particular instability of state power and because of the unstable and precarious equilibrium of the classes in struggle, the state apparatus's class affiliation can play a determinant role to the advantage of the non-hegemonic classes in charge. It is not that this affiliation in itself confers political power on them, but it creates the conditions for their accession to this power. It is precisely from this angle that Marx views the state apparatus in France. But under the absolute monarchy, during the First Revolution, under Napoleon, bureaucracy was only the means of preparing the class rule of the bourgeoisie. Under the Restoration, under Louis Philippe, under the Parliamentary Republic, it was the instrument of the ruling class. 7. But the French case is a particular one. During the transition in Britain, the especially clear and successful establishment of the dominance of the CMP operated as it were despite the class affiliation of the state apparatus. In the transition in Germany, the bourgeois class established its hegemony by means of the state apparatus, although the class affiliation of the latter was to the landed nobility. It is possible for the bureaucracy concretely to function in these ways, insofar as their operations depend strictly on the relation between the social forces and the state's role during the transition period. However, this class affiliation of the apparatuses of the transition state also continues to make itself felt, in this case too, in the form of hindrances and resistances to the establishment of the dominance of the CMP, within the limits posed by the general process of transition, they vary according to the state's precise role in this process and are particularly clear in Germany, where the state's role is very important. Moreover, as we shall see, this is the theoretical line governing Lenin's analyses of the bureaucratic problem in the USSR in the initial stage of the transition. The state apparatus's class affiliation is important not only in connection with the relations between the heights of the bureaucracy and the class in charge. While the particular hierarchical functioning characteristic of the bureaucracy has allowed these heights to have a decisive impact, the petty bourgeois class affiliation of the apparatus's subordinate strata, coupled with the particular place occupied by the petty bourgeoisie in France and Germany, has taken on a characteristic importance in those countries. This class affiliation of the state apparatus's subordinate strata is worth examining. It is, in fact, one of the causes of the particular extension of the state's bureaucratic apparatus. Marx, Engels, and Gramsci stressed this relation between the extension of the state bureaucratic apparatus and the existence of the classes or fractions of small-scale producers in a formation on the road to establishing the dominance of the CMP. Gramsci, for example, posed the question in the following way: does there exist, in a given country, a widespread social stratum in whose economic life and political self-assertion, the bureaucratic career, either civil or military, is a very important element? 8. The reasons for this relation are of an economic order. The coexistence of the modes of small-scale and capitalist production create an unemployed surplus population for which there is no place either in the land or in the towns, and which accordingly reaches out for the state offices as a sort of respectable alms and provokes the creation of state posts. 9. Of a political order, the extension of the bureaucratic apparatus allows the dominant classes to conquer these subordinate strata by transforming them into supporting classes. Of an ideological order, in particular, the ideology of power fetishism held by these supporting classes, in addition to the particular lack of their own political organization, which makes its members particularly suited to serve as the subordinate strata of the bureaucratic apparatus. However, the reasons for the extension of the bureaucratic apparatus resulting from the class affiliation of its subordinate strata are not identical with the reasons for its existence and functioning. These depend rather on the position of the classes of small-scale producers in the field of the class struggle. In short, they are not identical with the reasons depending on the bureaucracy's own political action vis-a-vis these classes. For example, because of the economic conditions of life and the incapacity of the classes of small-scale producers politically to organize themselves, their position necessitates and makes possible a bureaucratic apparatus which represents them in a particular way. Thus their support for the dominant power is conditioned by the apparatus's own action. It is not conditioned by the fact that the subordinate strata belong to these classes. Moreover, the functioning of this subordinate petty bourgeois state apparatus in its relation of unity with the heights varies according to the state structures and therefore according to the state power of the dominant classes. Finally, the relation between the bureaucracy as a social category and the classes of small-scale producers results from the fact that the bureaucracy is the effect of the regional instance of the state on a social formation. The bureaucracy expresses the concrete coupling in this formation of the CMP with the other modes which engender the classes of small-scale production. This relation thus depends on the overdetermination of these classes by the classes of the capitalist mode and by their relation to the capitalist state. 3. The capitalist state, bureaucratism, bureaucracy. The analysis of the bureaucratic problem thus presupposes the rigorous establishment of the relations between the specific category of the bureaucracy, bureaucratism as the particular system of organization of the state apparatus and the structures of a type of state. It is therefore necessary to examine the bureaucracy in the framework of a determinate mode of production and of a formation dominated by that mode and its insertion in the framework of the class struggle of this formation, which is a different problem from that of its class membership. I shall merely give a few indications about bureaucracy and bureaucratism in the framework of the CMP and a capitalist formation. For this, I shall both follow Marx's, Engels's, Lenin's and Gramsci's indications and also consider Weber's analyses, since he contributed a great deal in elaborating the position of the particular relations of bureaucracy and bureaucratism to the capitalist system and political democracy. The only valuable analyses of subsequent political science concerning the bureaucratic phenomenon merely extend his remarks. Weber's analyses provide valuable guidelines for us, especially if we take into account the critiques which can be made of them. I shall firstly recapitulate the critiques which I made above. On bureaucracy, Weber's general problematic leads both to bureaucratism being given an inadequate and vague status and to bureaucracy being given a false one. Bureaucratism, he establishes its relation to the capitalist system under the vague notion of formal rationality, an ensemble of normative models which governs the organization of the various sectors of the capitalist system. Bureaucracy, for him this social group ends in being the subject/creator of modern political power and the subject of political development, precisely insofar as he makes it into the subject/creator of these behavioral norms at the political level. 1 Hence we witness a systematic masking of the relation between the bureaucracy and the social classes, and indeed of the political class struggle, Weber's conception of bureaucracy being, of course, formulated explicitly to combat that of the class struggle. Nevertheless, we must remember that he, along with the Marxist classics, establishes a necessary relation between bureaucratism/bureaucracy and the capitalist mode of production. Although he situates the bureaucratic phenomenon without any distinction in the various sectors of a capitalist formation, he stresses in particular its relation to the political form of the modern state, i.e. the capitalist state. This relation is necessary but has two aspects. Schematically, the bureaucratic phenomenon seems to him both to be indispensable for the functioning of the ensemble of a capitalist formation and of its political forms, and to carry within itself the seeds of important contradictions, exhibited especially on the political level. Since the analyses of Merton, a representative figure of functionalism, contemporary political science has followed Weber in examining the bureaucratic problem according to the notion of dysfunction. 2 According to this school, the functioning of the bureaucracy does not constitute a specific political problem or phenomenon except in those exceptional cases where its functioning in the capitalist system goes beyond the integrationalist frames of reference of the system. More or less all of American sociology's analyses of bureaucracy can be fitted into this perspective. According to them, a distinction must be drawn between a functional bureaucracy and a dysfunctional bureaucracy, the task being to readjust human relations within the framework of the system. Weber, therefore, appears as the black sheep, although he established a relation between the existence of the bureaucracy and bureaucratism and what he calls the rationality of the system. He also stressed the necessary contradiction between the bureaucratic phenomenon and political democracy. But this contradiction is badly located and leads to Michels's conception of bureaucracy/political class in its relation to political democracy. In the Weberian schema in general, the fault is already apparent in the relation of bureaucratism to capitalism expressed in the notion of rationality. For Weber this notion has two senses. In its first, very precise sense, it relates to the system of budgetary accountancy in the capitalist firm and state. In this case, it is too narrow, designating only a partial and secondary effect of the structures of this mode of production. It is also used in the extremely vague sense of rationality in general. In this sense, as Marcuse has shown in taking this representation to its ultimate conclusions, the bureaucratism/capitalism contradiction appears in Weber's theory as the conversion of the formal rationality of bureaucratic functioning into irrationality weighing down upon the system. Moreover, it is worthwhile recalling that in his early works Marx himself makes his critique of bureaucracy and of its relation to the modern state and bourgeois society according to the theme of rationality/irrationality, which belongs to his problematic of alienation. In fact, Engels, Gramsci, Lenin, and the mature Marx establish both the necessary relation between the bureaucratic phenomenon and the capitalist state and a capitalist formation, and also the contradictory nature of this relation. In particular, bureaucracy, as the specific object of theoretical research, in no way depends on an exceptional and pathological functioning of the capitalist state apparatus. It expresses a character constitutive of the state apparatus relative to the theoretical type of the capitalist state. Thus, when the mature Marx, Engels, and Lenin make their critique of the bureaucracy of the capitalist state apparatus as a parasitic body, a foreign body in society, for it is not in order to mark out an exceptional character which this apparatus takes on in a concrete situation in a capitalist formation. In fact, they intend to mark a whole series of contradictions between this specific category of state apparatus and the capitalist formation which is absolutely vital for that apparatus's functioning, and whose existence depends on the capitalist type of state. These contradictions are located in the relations between the functioning of the bureaucracy and the social classes. They derive from the CMP in a formation, i.e. from the relations between the bureaucracy and the classes of this mode, including the bourgeois class and the bureaucracy's relative autonomy from it, and from the relations between the bureaucracy and the classes of the other modes of production of a capitalist formation, namely the classes of small-scale producers. In its necessity and in its relations to the classes, the bureaucracy thus appears as the effect of the capitalist type of state in a capitalist social formation, according to the forms in which the capitalist mode of production is coupled to the other modes and according to the resulting political relations. I shall follow the same theoretical line on bureaucratism. We must mark out the necessity and the contradictions of a certain system of organization of state apparatus, in its relations to the ideological models of the capitalist mode and the modes of small-scale production, i.e. to bourgeois and petty bourgeois ideology. The contradictions will here be located at one and the same time in the very heart of the capitalist political ideology, between the legitimacy of political democracy and the forms assumed by capitalist ideology in the functioning of the bureaucracy, and between this latter and the petty bourgeois aspect of ideology which preside over that functioning. To say therefore that bureaucracy and bureaucratism are related to a type of state and to the concrete forms of the state, is already to possess the perspectives of the Marxist classics vis-a-vis the bureaucratic phenomenon. The bureaucratic phenomenon is a specifically political phenomenon. When it is located in the ensemble of a capitalist formation, under its aspect of bureaucratism as the normative ideological model of organization, it presents homologies with the organization in the various sectors of this formation, e.g. firms, the cultural domain, etc. In this case, these homologies are the result of the dominance of an ideological model over the ensemble of a formation. However, the bureaucracy, in the strict sense, designating a specific social category, is related to its membership of the state apparatus. It is in this way that we can locate the economic factors of bureaucracy. These factors, related to the capitalist relations of production along with those of the other modes in the capitalist formation, have no direct impact on the generation of the bureaucracy. Only insofar as they are reflected in the state structures and functions do they have an impact on the bureaucracy itself and its relation to the social classes, e.g. when the surplus population of the classes of small-scale producers forces them to find employment in the bureaucracy as a source of income. The principal aspect of the problem here is, as Marx says, the characteristic extension of the state's attributes and functions in a capitalist formation, and in particular, an extension of those functions which concern its specific intervention in the economic with regard to other types of state. 5 Moreover, these functions are spread over a whole range of activities, from tax collection and extension of the state's budget to its more direct intervention in the economic, as witnessed in the stage of state monopoly capitalism. It is here also that the problem of nationalized state property comes up. This is a problem which it is worth stressing, especially because of the misinterpretations to which it has given rise. These include the managerial tendency, based either on a confusion of the relations of production with the technical division of labor within the firm, and on the so-called modern separation of private property and control, or on a general conception of organizations. This tendency has seen in the economic, ideologically conceived the foundations of the class of bureaucrats. The extension of the capitalist state's attributes and functions does not bear only on economic functions, but also on its political and ideological functions. It is an important extension for the bureaucracy, mainly because it determines the increase in the numbers of the state personnel. While it is true that, for various reasons, this bureaucracy can be extended into surplus numbers, i.e. beyond the number necessary to accomplish these functions, it is no less true that the relation between the extension of the state apparatus as social category and that of the state apparatus in its functions is crucial here. This extension of the state's functions takes on increased importance when, as often occurs, it corresponds to the displacement of dominance from one instance to another in a formation. In such a situation, the state assumes the dominant role in a capitalist formation. This affects the bureaucracy's political functioning and the role of this functioning, which increases with the state's dominant role. Within this relation, we must, therefore, distinguish between the impact of the extension of the state's functions on the numerical growth of the bureaucratic category, and the impact of the state's role of dominance on the bureaucracy's political functioning, since these two factors do not necessarily exactly overlap. Marx and Engels make this distinction when they analyze the state apparatus and the bureaucracy in France, Germany, and Britain. In France and in Germany, the bureaucracy has a particular and important political role, because of the dominant role which often devolves on the state instance. The impact of the extension of the state's functions on the extension of the bureaucratic category is, however, particularly marked in France, because of the extension of the small-holding peasantry, overdetermined by capitalist production. Its surplus population is found a place in the state apparatus. In Britain, on the other hand, the particularly successful dominance of the CMP over the other modes leads both to a disintegration of the classes of small-scale producers and also to the economics holding the dominant role, i.e. to the establishment in the British social formation of the matrix typical of the CMP. The role of the bureaucracy is less important, which means that in Britain this specific category has almost never established itself as a social force. It is, of course, possible to speak at greater length by analyzing the subsequent and different evolution of the bureaucracy in these various countries, and the political role played by it, but I shall leave this to the reader. The study of the bureaucratic category in a capitalist formation cannot be limited to the problems of the functions devolving on the capitalist state. It depends in the first place on the structures of the state and on its place in the ensemble of the instances of the CMP. The essential element here is that relative autonomy of the political from the economic which characterizes the CMP in contrast to the other modes, e.g. to the feudal mode. The effect of this particular feature on the conditions which make possible the bureaucracy's existence as a specific category has been pointed out both by Marx and Weber. In the feudal mode of production and in the relation between the economic and the political characteristic of it, the exercise of public functions depends on personal, economico-political links between those in possession of these functions and the monarch who represents state sovereignty. The exercise of these functions is identical, particularly with the classes' place in this mode, with their public status as castes and with the functioning of feudal rights. This is what Weber called administration by notables. The dominant feudal class here concentrates in its own hands the exercise of political functions. In this case, it is precisely class affiliation, under the form of caste or estates, which directly determines that administration of the state which excludes the possibility of a bureaucracy functioning as a specific category. Moreover, this is equally clear as far as the functioning of the ideological in a feudal formation is concerned. This functioning prevents the formation of a specific category of intellectuals. See the problem of the clergy as a class, indeed as a caste. We studied the passage from this situation to the modern bureaucracy more fully in our analyses of the absolutist state. This passage presupposes the capitalist type of state, i.e. a juridico-political instance which is relatively autonomous from the economic and which establishes the concrete characteristics of bureaucratism. It is to this capitalist type of state that Marx refers when he describes the constitution of the French bureaucracy. This executive power with its enormous bureaucratic and military organization, sprang up in the days of the absolute monarchy. The seigneurial privileges of the landowners and towns became transformed into so many attributes of state power, the feudal dignitaries into paid officials and the motley pattern of conflicting medieval plenary powers into the regulated plan of a state authority. The First French Revolution, with its task of breaking all separate local, territorial, urban and provincial powers in order to create the civil unity of the nation, was bound to develop what the absolute monarchy had begun, centralization, but at the same time the extent, the attributes, and the agents of the governmental power. Point 6. Before examining the impact of the capitalist state on the functioning of the bureaucracy, we must study the second aspect of the problem, the aspect of bureaucratism. By bureaucratism we mean a particular mode of organization and functioning of the state apparatus, which in the case of the capitalist state is coextensive with the specific bureaucratic category. Bureaucratism is due both to the structures of the capitalist state and to the impact of the dominant capitalist ideology on the normative rules of organization of the state apparatus. These are two relatively distinct factors in bureaucratism. The impact of the dominant capitalist ideology on bureaucratism assumes several forms. A. Either a general form, concerning the very constitutive characteristic of every ideology, e.g. the specific masking of knowledge, manifested in bureaucratic secrecy. B. Or the particular forms of capitalist ideology which range from the impersonal character of bureaucratic functions to the normative models of the division of labor. C. Or juridico-political forms, the dominant region of the dominant capitalist ideology. In this case, we are dealing in particular with the impact of bourgeois legitimacy on bureaucratism. Both Marx, in his mature works, and Weber have stressed this. Within the framework of this legitimacy, bureaucracy seems to represent the political unity of the people-nation. It is both able to and does present itself as a neutral body embodying the general interest, and its political functioning vis-a-vis the classes is thus systematically masked. D. The impact of the dominant capitalist ideology and even of the petty bourgeois ideology on bureaucratism is manifested finally by their effects on the masses' lack of culture and knowledge. It is precisely this which allows the bureaucratic monopoly of knowledge. It is thus clear, precisely by means of its relations to the dominant ideology in the ensemble of the capitalist formation, that the bureaucratism of the state apparatus presents homologies with the normative models governing the organization and division of labor in the various sectors of this formation, i.e. in factories, cultural institutions, etc. 7. Nevertheless, bureaucratism is a specific effect of this ideology only for the state apparatus, precisely insofar as it is related to the existence of the bureaucracy as a social category within capitalist formations. A further reason for this is that in this domain ideology is coupled with the state structures so as to produce bureaucratism in its relations to the political phenomenon of bureaucracy, in short, bureaucracy in its relations to the political class struggle. But if bureaucracy is a specific social category, it is because of the specific unity presented in its functioning as a social group, and its relative autonomy from the social classes, both from the classes to which it belongs and from the dominant classes. In a capitalist formation, these characteristics depend mainly on bureaucratism as resulting from the dominant ideology and from the state, and secondarily, they depend on the relations of the class struggle to the state. Bureaucratism has been analyzed so often that there is no need to labor it again. So I shall briefly recall certain of its features. I shall leave aside those which derive from distinctive features of the state and those which derive from ideology, and I shall not attempt to classify them in order of importance. Marx, Engels, Gramsci, and Lenin 8 have studied them, as has Weber, whose analyses are useful here. We may give the following general definition: bureaucratism represents a hierarchical organization of the state apparatus, by means of delegation of power, having particular effects on the functioning of that apparatus. As a general rule it is correlative with 1. The axiomatization of the juridical system into rules/laws, which are abstract, general, formal, and strictly regulated and which distribute the domains of activities and competences. 2. The concentration of functions and the administrative centralization of the apparatus. 3. The impersonal character of the functions of the state apparatus. 4. The mode of payment of these functions by fixed salaries. 5. The mode of recruitment of civil servants by co-optation or nomination by the heights or again by a particular system of competition. 6. The separation between the civil servant's private life and public function, separation between home and office. 7. A systematic masking of knowledge of the apparatus, i.e. bureaucratic secrecy, vis-a-vis the classes. 8. A masking of knowledge within the apparatus itself, with the top civil servants holding the keys of science. 9. A characteristic disparity between the scientific education of the heights and the subordinate strata's lack of culture, etc. This bureaucratism of the organization of the state apparatus entails a strictly hierarchical functioning by the delegation of power and of sectors of functions, a particular internal form of distributing authority and legitimation from above, a perpetual referring of responsibilities to the upper echelons, all of which characteristics were often described by Marx, Engels, and Lenin as well as by numerous other authors. It is bureaucratism precisely which, in the functioning of the state apparatus, primarily attributes to bureaucracy its character of unity, and which thus constitutes it as a specific category. It is this fusion of the dominant ideology with the structures of the capitalist state which, despite the divergences in the class affiliation of its various strata, allows the bureaucracy to function as a social category. It is true that this social group has its own interests, but these are not enough to constitute it as a specific category, because of the disparity of these interests among the bureaucracy's diverse strata, and because, although these interests explain, to a certain extent, the close relation between the bureaucracy and the dominant classes, they do not explain the relative autonomy of the bureaucracy from them, an autonomy which contributes to the formation of the bureaucracy as a specific category. 4. Bureaucracy and the class struggle. The relation of bureaucratism and bureaucracy to the capitalist state leads us back to the problem of relations between the bureaucracy and the class struggle in a capitalist formation. This relation alone can reveal to us the relative autonomy of the bureaucracy from the dominant class in this formation, and this autonomy, together with the unity peculiar to it, constitutes the bureaucracy as a specific category. Marx and Engels adopt an unvarying theoretical line on this problem. This relative autonomy of the bureaucracy from the dominant classes is absolutely and exhaustively determined by the relations between the capitalist state and the class struggle. Since the bureaucracy has no power of its own, its relative autonomy is none other than that which devolves on the state in the power relations of the class struggle. State power is held by classes, since the state is in fact only a power center. The problem of the capitalist state's relative autonomy in Marx and Engels is, however, explicitly related only to the equilibrium between the social forces present. Consequently, although for them the bureaucracy's relative autonomy is strictly determined by the state's autonomy from the classes, it is located only in those situations realizable by this equilibrium. It is in this sense especially that Marx examines the problem of bureaucracy with respect to the concrete historical phenomenon of French Bonapartism and wrongly reduces this phenomenon to the model of an equilibrium of forces. He says, bureaucracy, under the Restoration, under Louis Philippe, under the Parliamentary Republic, was the instrument of the ruling class, however much it strove for power of its own. Only under the second Bonaparte does the state seem to have made itself completely independent one. Engels puts the case even more clearly. In reality, however, the state as it exists in Germany is likewise the necessary product of the social basis out of which it has developed. In Prussia, and Prussia is now decisive, there exists side by side with the Landowning aristocracy which is still powerful, a comparatively young and extremely cowardly bourgeoisie, which up to the present has won neither direct political domination, as in France, or more or less indirect domination as in England. Side by side with these two classes, however, there exists a rapidly increasing proletariat which is intellectually highly developed and which is becoming more and more organized every day. We therefore find here, alongside of the basic condition of the old absolute monarchy, an equilibrium between the landed aristocracy and the bourgeoisie, the basic condition of modern Bonapartism, an equilibrium between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. But both in the old absolute monarchy and in the modern Bonapartist monarchy the real governmental authority lies in the hands of a special caste of army officers and state officials which in Prussia is replenished from its own ranks. The independence of this caste, which appears to occupy a position outside, and so to speak, above society, gives the state the semblance of independence in relation to society. Point 2. Engels here clearly attributes to the bureaucracy its own power, he even occasionally goes so far as to consider it a class, but both of these expressions are obviously false. What is important is the position he gives to the relative autonomy of the bureaucracy. Sometimes, again, he locates it in the particular situation of equilibrium, which is that of catastrophe equilibrium, e.g. in his text, Der Status quo in Deutschland 3. This regime, represented by the bureaucracy, is the political synthesis of general impotence. The poverty of the German status quo consists principally in this, that no class has so far been strong enough to make itself the representative of the interests of the whole nation. This catastrophe equilibrium is close to another of Marx's interpretations of the relative autonomy of the bureaucracy in French Bonapartism, that it is due to the fact that the bourgeoisie had already lost, and the working class had not yet acquired, the faculty of governing the nation. But these models of equilibrium are as insufficient for explaining the relative autonomy of the capitalist state from the dominant classes, as they are for explaining the relative autonomy of the specific category of the state apparatus from these classes. This relative autonomy is a constitutive feature of the capitalist type of state even in the case where there is no equilibrium of forces. So, while we find in Marx an examination of the relative autonomy of the capitalist type of state from the dominant classes, we also find a further examination, directly determined by the first, of the bureaucracy's relative autonomy from those classes, even in the concrete case of a non-equilibrium of forces. The reader should refer to the previous chapter which deals with the factors in the relative autonomy of this type of state and of its concrete forms in capitalist formations. Marx's analyses of the bureaucracy overlap very exactly his analyses of the capitalist state in its relations to the classes. He stresses the bureaucracy's own unity vis-a-vis these classes, which is caused by the combination of the state structures with the dominant ideology, in particular the juridico-political ideology. Refracted in this way, the bureaucracy's unity is related to the ensemble of levels of the struggle between the classes in a capitalist formation, both the classes of the capitalist mode and those of the non-dominant modes of production of this formation. It is related, in the first place, to the effect of isolation which is characteristic of the economic struggle between the bourgeoisie and the working class, and with the particular isolation of the small-holding peasantry and petty bourgeoisie. This isolation enables the state bureaucracy to present itself as a political unity, representing the unity of the people-nation. Marx insists on this point in his analyses of the particular relation between the bureaucracy and the small-holding peasantry. By its very nature, small property holding forms a suitable basis for an all-powerful and innumerable bureaucracy. It creates a uniform level of relationships and persons over the whole surface of the land. Hence, it also permits of uniform action from a supreme center on all points of this uniform mass. For Engels lays equal stress on this point in his analyses of the relation between the bureaucracy and the German petty bourgeoisie with its petty local interests, its local organization in the various towns, its local struggles and local progress. Point 5. The bureaucracy/bourgeoisie relation is in fact twofold. It is the relation between the bureaucracy and the ordinary bourgeois who are prepared to sacrifice their private interests to their general class interests, and a bourgeoisie deeply split into class fractions. At the level of the political class struggle, it is a question of the relation between the bureaucracy and the struggle of the dominant classes and their fractions. This leads to the problem of their political organization, since the bureaucracy becomes a representative factor of their political unity, by means of the state which plays the role of producer of this organization. In the relation between the bureaucracy and the classes of small-scale producers, it is a question of their constitutive incapacity to organize themselves politically. This entails their power fetishism and the bureaucracy's role of representing their unity. At the political level, the small-holding peasantry and the petty bourgeoisie are typically represented by the bureaucratic body, which maintains them in their political disorganization, by means of the state. Point 6. In short, the relative autonomy of the bureaucratic category from the dominant classes is related to that of the capitalist type of state and to that of its forms in the capitalist formations. By rigorously following through our conclusions on the relative autonomy of the state, we can say that the bureaucracy itself, as a social category, assumes this autonomy, in that it accurately reflects the political power of the dominant classes and represents their interests in the particular economic, political, and ideological conditions of the class struggle in these formations. These remarks allow us to clear up a certain number of questions. A. The question of certain aspects of the relation between bureaucratism as the system of organization of the state apparatus and the forms of the bourgeoisie's political domination. In ideological discussion, this question has centered around the theme of the dysfunctionalism of the bureaucratic apparatus. In fact, this question is not of a technical order but completely political, and it cannot be grasped by the notion of dysfunction. What Marx's and Engels's analyses make clear is that, although bureaucratism is a necessary political effect of the dominance of the CMP in a formation, it presents a whole series of contradictions with its forms of political domination. Strictly speaking, these are the contradictions inherent both in the dominant political ideology and in the structures of the capitalist state. Examples are, as Engels showed, the contradictions between the bureaucratic secrecy necessary for the apparatus of the state and the principle of publicity which characterizes both bourgeois political ideology and the representative state. 7. Or, as Marx showed, between the functioning of the executive power and the functioning of parliamentary representation. There is, however, one aspect which is often dealt with too cursorily. These contradictions are also derived from the relations between bureaucratism and the classes of the small-scale producers, insofar as this effect of a type of state on the class struggle is reflected in a social formation. This relation, which produces these contradictions, is so obvious that Engels went so far as to base the whole of Der Status quo in Deutschland on the incompatibility of the bourgeoisie's political domination with the bureaucratized political forms. 8. Moreover, Lenin, too, sees in the bureaucratism of the socialist state in transition both the ideological legacy of capitalism and the impact of petty bourgeois ideology. This aspect of the relation between bureaucratism and the political forms of bourgeois domination refers to 1. The contradictions between the dominant capitalist ideology and the petty bourgeois ideology in the capitalist state apparatus. This petty bourgeois ideology is necessary for the functioning of bureaucratism in the capitalist state apparatus. Power fetishism, which is characteristic of this ideology, contributes to the establishment of normative rules which bring into operation hierarchical subordination in the subordinate strata of the state apparatus. However, this fetishism threatens the ensemble of the apparatus and thus comes into contradiction with the capitalist ideology dominant there. Examples would be personalization of offices through privileges, fatalism, and lack of action, etc. 2. The contradictions between the type of capitalist state and the characteristics which are imposed upon it in a formation by the existence of the classes of small-scale producers. Such is the case with the hypertrophy of the state apparatus in France because of the existence of the small-holding peasantry and the petty bourgeoisie, which is at the origin of, amongst other things, the contradictions between executive power and the system of parliamentary representation in this country. These considerations allow us to clear up a paradoxical problem concerning the bureaucratic phenomenon, a typically capitalist phenomenon. The less clear and obvious is the dominance of the CMP over the other modes in a formation, the more important is the impact of bureaucracy, and the greater the chances of the bureaucracy raising itself into a social force. As proof, we have only to compare the French and German cases with that of Britain. B. Several authors, including Weber and Michels, have pointed to what they call the contradiction between bureaucratism and the forms of democracy. Such authors belong with the tendency which establishes a relation between bureaucratism and totalitarian political forms, conceived as radically distinct from democracy in general. Furthermore, the bureaucracy is in this context often considered as the subject/creator of bureaucratism, of the norms of bureaucratized functioning and of institutionalized power, and hence, as the foundation of totalitarian institutionalized forms. To analyze the real phenomena masked by this ideological problematic, we must separate out a series of distinct problems, and we must even leave aside the problem of the contradictions between bureaucratism and the socialist democracy of the dictatorship of the proletariat as posed by Marx, in his texts on the Paris Commune, and by Lenin, when dealing with the socialist state in transition, since this is posed in a context totally different from that which we are considering here. What can be said about the problem of the relations between bureaucratism and bourgeois democracy, i.e. the institutionalized forms of the bourgeoisie's political domination? From the point of view of legitimacy, which is essential for the analysis of bureaucratism, the legitimacy proper to the bureaucracy clearly belongs to the type of bourgeois legitimacy. In this sense, bureaucratism is a characteristic feature of the type of this legitimacy, just as much as bureaucracy is a characteristic of the capitalist type of state. There is in fact a legitimacy proper to the state apparatus which is none other than the characteristic features of bureaucratism. Because of its hierarchical functioning resulting from the delegation of power and power fetishism, the legitimacy of the state apparatus contains, for example, charismatic elements bearing on the supreme authority of a leader who is the top of the state pyramid, tendencies towards the isolation of the state apparatus from popular representation, etc. This legitimacy proper to the bureaucracy is however only a particular form of bourgeois legitimacy, i.e. that form which characterizes the dominance of the executive. Bureaucratic legitimacy is by no means contrary to the typical legitimacy of the capitalist state, any more than forms of state dominated by the executive are contrary to the typical forms of bourgeois domination, i.e. to the institutions of political democracy. We can, however, witness a whole series of contradictions and dislocations between the legitimacy of the state apparatus and that of a form of state with parliamentary dominance, or between the legitimacy of a state form with executive dominance and that of the social formation, in which the form of legitimacy dominating it is parliamentary legitimacy. See in the case of a form of capitalist state dominated by the executive which is in agreement with the form of dominant legitimacy in a formation, the internal legitimacy of the bureaucratic apparatus coincides with the legitimacy in the ensemble of the formation. This poses in a particularly acute form the question of the bureaucracy's own role in a concrete form of a state dominated by the executive. In fact, if it has such a role, it is to be found in the impact of the politico-ideological phenomenon of bureaucratism rather than in a bureaucracy defending its own economic interests and supporting the executive. I cannot repeat too often that bureaucracy is constituted as a specific category by its relation to the political and the ideological. This depends on whether or not the bureaucracy constitutes a social force in the concrete conjuncture. Two preliminary remarks must be made. 1. The first is quite obvious. Since the bureaucracy is neither a class nor a fraction of a class, it can in no way play a principal role in the constitution of a form of state. In the case of a state dominated by the executive and corresponding to the dominant legitimacy of a formation, this form is established from the ensemble of factors in the class struggle. The same is true in the case of a dislocation between this form of state and the dominant legitimacy in formation, this dislocation being reducible neither exclusively nor even principally to the existence of the bureaucracy. 2. The second remark is less obvious. Although the bureaucracy as such is a specific category, although it possesses a relative autonomy and unity peculiar to it, it is not for that reason a social force, any more than the classes or autonomous fractions of classes are. As a specific category it can in a concrete conjuncture become one, as Lenin stressed in the case of the capitalist state. When it constitutes a social force, it possesses a role of its own in political action, but this does not confer on it a power of its own. This can also be the case for the classes/social forces which can constitute social forces without thereby possessing power of their own. Constituting the bureaucracy into a social force depends on the conjuncture, e.g. on the state's role in the ensemble of instances. This was the case for instance in Germany in particular, and to a lesser extent, in France, at the time when the bureaucracy was a social force in the general framework of the dominant role which has often devolved on the state. It also depends on the concrete situation of the class struggle, e.g. the above-mentioned situations of a general equilibrium of forces, and especially those of a catastrophe equilibrium, operating in the framework of a capitalist state, create conditions favorable for the constitution of the bureaucracy as a social force. The same is true for the case of the particular political disorganization of the dominant classes, whether or not combined with situations of equilibrium, or for the case of the constitution of the classes of the small-scale producers, of the peasants, and in particular the small-holding peasants, and of the petty bourgeoisie into social forces. In this latter case, the bureaucracy raises itself into a social force by functioning as the political representative of these classes, and the same again is true for the case of the general crisis of legitimacy in a formation. In short, there is an ensemble of factors which, in their always original combination within a formation, may allow the bureaucracy to function not merely as a specific category possessing its own unity and relative autonomy, but as an effective social force. This existence of the bureaucracy as a social force can be deciphered within the framework of a correlation with the forms of the capitalist state. It is particularly clear in those particular historical forms of the capitalist state known as Caesarist, such as the empires of both Bonapartes in France. In these cases, the bureaucracy exercises its function as a social force, which it holds by reason of the conjuncture itself, by contributing effectively to the constitution and support of these forms of state. The bureaucracy as a social force certainly possesses its own particular role, namely to support these particular forms of state, by means of the bureaucratism which characterizes its internal legitimacy. In the 18th Brumaire, Marx clearly demonstrates the particular support which the state apparatus in France gave Louis Bonaparte by means of bureaucratism. This support is mainly conditioned not by the simple material interests of the members of the state apparatus, but by bureaucratism.